At the beginning of the 20th century, China looked much the same as it had for hundreds of years. The country was still ruled by an emperor. Men wore their hair in long queues as a sign of subservience to the ruling dynasty.
In the old days, barbers carried all their stuff on a shoulder pole, and they worked in the street. If a barber saw a person who had no queue, he could report him. And if he did so, the person could be beheaded. The saying was, keep your hair or lose your head.
Beneath the traditional appearance, there was growing discontent with imperial rule. In 1911, a military revolt spread around the country, and the emperor was overthrown. Men cut off their queues in a symbolic gesture of revolution.
Sometimes at the city gate, I saw people with big scissors. Whenever they saw someone with a queue, they cut it off. I saw people crying, saying, now they say we are revolutionaries. What are we supposed to do?
The cutting of queues was only the beginning of the revolution. The Republic of China was declared. The country was soon caught up in an ideological battle. Two men led the struggle, Chiang Kai-shek and Mao Zedong. The conflict transformed world politics, for in 1949, China became what it is today, the largest communist state on earth. This is the story of China in revolution. In the early years of the Republic, the central government was weak and ineffective. Dozens of military commanders, called warlords, moved into the political vacuum.
In the early days of the Republic, the warlords fought each other. When I was a child in Guangxi province, I saw so many battles. You can't imagine how many battles were fought. Lots of people were so scared, they just went and hid. When warlords got into a fight, people's lives were completely devastated.
The warlords were a diverse group. The warlord of Manchuria was a major figure in national politics. The opium warlord made a fortune growing poppies. The Christian general was said to baptize his troops with a fire hose.
Many warlords were landlords. They were often supported by a certain foreign power. In the early years of the Republic, China was torn apart by foreign powers. For instance, Guangxi and Guangdong provinces were under the influence of England and Yunnan of France.
Since the 19th century, England, France, Germany, the United States, and Japan had traded with China. They based their interests in the major ports around the country. Most foreigners lived in special areas called concessions, which they controlled with their own local governments.
We didn't have the term imperialism. The term came later. We called them foreign devils. They were devils to us. Why did we hate foreigners? We hated any foreign country that wanted to divide up China. It was called divide up then, not invade. They wanted to divide up China just like cutting a melon into pieces. People used to say, now you want to divide up our country, you foreign devils. You're bastards.
In May 1919, for the first time, Chinese took to the streets to protest this dividing up of their country. They saw that the problems of imperialism and warlords had pushed China to the verge of collapse. The demonstration sparked a vocal nationalism and an intense search for political solutions. One of the few political leaders addressing these problems was Sun Yat-sen. Sun was the leader of a coalition group called the Nationalist Party. He was a charismatic man whose speeches attracted many to his cause. Sun knew that the first thing he needed was an army to defeat the warlords and unite the country. He appealed to Western governments for money for his cause.
At the time, none of the imperialist countries wanted to help us. Only the Soviet Union wanted to help us. The Soviet Union had no friends in Asia, so they had to work with us. England and the other countries didn't want us to be united. It appeared the Soviet Union did want to help us. China had to be united, so of course we cooperated with them.
One condition of Soviet help was that the Nationalist Party allow members of the newly formed Chinese Communist Party to join. Sun agreed, and in 1924, the Soviets helped him set up a military academy just outside Canton. The Whampoa Academy quickly became a magnet for patriotic youth from all over China. Some were nationalists, some were communists. Some were not affiliated with any party. They trained for a military campaign that would one day unite the country, the Northern Expedition. Sun appointed his protege, Chiang Kai-shek, commander of the academy. Chiang was a professional soldier. Like many of his generation, he had attended military school in Japan. He had worked with Sun for over a decade. Chiang's son remembers what his father and Sun Yat-sen talked about.
Although I wasn't usually included in their day-to-day conversations, there were times when they were walking, having tea, when I heard them talking about national affairs. And when they talked about national affairs, they were very serious, very enthusiastic. They wanted to build up China, because in the East, we had lived under autocracy for too long.
Chiang was the commander of all the cadets and of the academy's staff. Many of China's future leaders were under his command. One of them was a young Communist Party member, Zhou Enlai. Zhou was the director of the political education department. Under his direction, the cadets watched and performed plays with simple political messages.
Without revolution, there was no hope for this country, so political education was given on the front. Songs played quite a big role. The song goes like this.
As his army trained, Sun and his wife Sun Qingling sailed to Beijing to negotiate with the city's warlord. But Sun was ill with cancer. He died soon after arriving in Beijing on March 12, 1925. In death, Sun was revered as the father of the Chinese Republic. There was no one of his stature to take over the leadership, and a struggle for power in the party began. Chiang Kai-shek emerged the victor. In June 1926, he was appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Expedition, the campaign to unite the country. A month later, the young army set out. Full of patriotic enthusiasm, they won victory after victory. In just 6 months, they defeated 34 warlords, and they swept up to central China.
All along the way, the people welcomed us. For example, they would boil water and cook sweet potatoes by the side of the road where our troops were passing. They would say, "Brothers, come and eat and drink. Help yourselves." The army was well disciplined then. And so the soldiers and the officers, they always paid for whatever they ate and drank.
When the Northern Expedition Army reached our region, they held mass rallies. Everybody went. At the rallies, speakers talked about the cooperation between the nationalists and the communists. They called for the defeat of the northern warlords and the imperialists, and they asked peasants not to pay land rent and debts. I didn't know much about revolutions then. I didn't know a thing about communism or opposing imperialism. But it seemed like a good idea to fight exploitation and the northern warlords.
Many in the Army's propaganda teams were communists. They explained the goals of the Northern Expedition, and they called for the end of many deeply ingrained social customs. Wang Ping soon joined the communists.
We knocked down Buddha statues in the temples. Foot binding was still popular where I lived, and we urged young girls not to bind their feet, and women who had already done it to undo their feet. At first, we didn't know better, and often we ordered people to do things against their will. If a young woman refused to cut her hair, several of us would hold her and cut it anyway.
I didn't know what they were up to, communism or whatever, but I saw that they made trouble. They tried to destroy our religion, our family system, and our ethical structure. For instance, young people's respect for the old. My father told me that the biggest fault of communism was that it was inhuman. So what seemed to be cooperation between the nationalists and the communists during the Northern Expedition was actually only our temporary concession.
那绝对是一种对内的忍耐。
So we wanted to purge the party, but it was a pretty dangerous thing to do. We could have been finished off. Both sides might move at the same time. The communists were all among us. The problem was how to do the purge.
Chiang planned to purge the communists when his army reached Shanghai. Here, communist workers, led by Zhou Enlai, had formed armed guards and taken control of the city. They were completely unaware of Chiang's plan to break them, and they eagerly waited for his army to arrive. Nationalist troops moved into Shanghai. Chiang struck on April 12, 1927.
About 1 in the morning, I saw some guys in plain clothes run over. Our guards asked them the passwords, and they began to shoot. We were already surrounded from all sides, and there were machine guns positioned at the intersections on the streets. They were standing there. Back at headquarters, all our weapons were taken away. They warned us, your workers' guards are disbanded. Go home and don't make trouble.
Chiang Kai-shek's army was in firm control of Shanghai. Communists and workers held a huge demonstration to protest the betrayal.
There were about 100,000 workers there. They marched down the street towards the machine guns, which fired. And immediately more than 100 people died. Many more were wounded. Many were injured. It was raining that day. Bashan Road was a river of blood.
I remember it was drizzling, and I saw many people lying in the mud, still moving. It was very sad. When they arrested us, they beat us with rifle butts. Yes, rifle butts. Some of us were hit on the head and were bleeding. Even then, all we said was, good. That was how we showed our defiance. So they hit us and we said, good, good, and we grit our teeth.
Chiang's purge spread around the country. Unions were closed. Communists and left-wing organizers were arrested. Thousands were executed. Only days after the purge in Shanghai, Chiang established a national government in Nanking. He now controlled China's economic heartland, and over the next few years, he expanded his control. The success of the Northern Expedition earned Chiang tremendous prestige, and he adopted the title Generalissimo. Chiang had made himself the heir to Sun Yat-sen. He strengthened this position by having Sun's body brought to the new capital in an epic journey. He married Sun Yat-sen's sister-in-law, Sung Mei-ling. She came from a wealthy Methodist family. She had gone to school in the United States, and her English was excellent. Her charm was a valuable asset to Jiang, for he was a difficult, aloof man who gained respect, but not affection. To many, especially in the cities, it seemed a new era was beginning. People were more open to the West than ever. Jiang's government began modernization programs.
The modernization is the way we keep our ancient traditional virtues, but we adopt Western technologies and Western modern social science in a way that brought to the poor. Specifically, I noticed the medicine, the building of new hospitals.
It was a time of construction. Transportation and communications were modernized. The currency system began to be unified. Education was expanded. Chiang Kai-shek appointed Chen Lifu a top advisor.
I organized and modernized the party. We made it impossible for the communists to operate. I used American techniques. They used Soviet techniques.
Vast security organizations were set up. A top priority was to prevent renewed communist growth in the cities where remnants of the party had gone underground. Chen Zui worked for the security police.
We knew they were communists by their speeches, their posters, or the articles they wrote. Or if we searched their homes, we'd find communist papers. That was the correct way. But if we had doubts, we'd say, better to kill an innocent one by mistake rather than let a bad one go. After all, they were fighting the nationalists for power.
In spite of the security police, the communists began to rebuild support in cities where working conditions were often brutal. In factories, child labor was common. In silk production, very young children worked plucking cocoons from boiling water.
I came to Shanghai when I was 12. We were so miserable. You had to work 17 hours a day. Later, a progressive worker in the factory told us that people were not born to be poor. One was poor because of the exploitation by others. There is exploitation by the capitalist on one hand, and exploitation by the labor contractor on the other. You do the work, and he takes the money. I had no idea what revolution meant. All I thought was that the worker made sense, and that he cared about us poor people. Well, he said, there is a country where there is no oppression and no exploitation, where everybody has a job and food. All we dreamed of then was of having food. So when we heard of this country, we wondered where it was. If only our country could be like that. That's what we hoped for. So we liked to listen to him, and we felt we could do whatever he told us. We would follow him, even if we had to risk our lives. What country was that? He wouldn't tell us which country it was. It wasn't until later we knew that what he referred to was the Soviet Union.
Chinese communist leaders believed that the revolution would be led, as Marx had written, by workers in the cities. But a small group in the party believed the key to revolution lay in the countryside, where most of China's people lived. This renegade group was based in Jiangxi province. It was led by Mao Zedong. Mao came from a prosperous peasant family. He was a founding member of the Communist Party. He had worked with the nationalists at the military academy in Canton, training students to organize peasants. After Chiang Kai-shek's purge, Mao returned to the countryside. By 1927, he and a small group were organizing peasants in Jiangxi province. Conditions made the area a fertile ground for communist activities.
哎呀哈嘞，望着麦子树大高，楼天爱青年唱着苦心那个。正月开始就忙迷住，一到2月忙管我，3房5月加粮食，加到一担往上啊喽。加到宽来3分7，本脑高烧里高多。 挂条我来有万竹子，万条竹子是毛骨头，9条我连毛米竹，找一个里拽戳戳，就等10月天欢喜都是蛮难啊个。
In South China, there were huge gaps between rich and poor. Rents were high, and taxes were often collected decades in advance. Landlords were called the masters of the earth.
One of the 4 tyrant landlords, by the name of Zhou, came to our house and saw my 15-year-old sister and took her to be his wife. He not only wanted to take my sister, he also wanted me to be his maid. I was only 7. My father refused. So he demanded 1,000 silver dollars to buy a maid instead. My father didn't know what to do. Rather than let me be a maid, my father sold me as a child bride.
People told me if I joined the revolution, I would have my freedom. I could choose who I wanted to marry. If I didn't join, I'd have to marry this man who was over 30. So I thought if revolution could save me from this, I would join.
The communists organized peasant associations and began social reforms. Their actions unleashed pent-up hatred of local landlords, and violent class struggles soon erupted.
We smashed the landlord's opium pipes and took away his grain and clothes. He started looking for his money. The landlord wasn't home. His wife was hiding in the attic where rice straw was stored. We found her. We questioned her for several days, and then we killed her. We gave the grain to those who had nothing to eat. Some got about 50 pounds, some got 100. We gave the clothes to those who just didn't have any, so the poor were really eager to join us.
By 1930, the communists had set up a government in Jiangxi. Mao had joined forces with Zhu De, another veteran revolutionary. Their men formed the Red Army, which Liu Hanshao joined.
I often saw Chairman Mao. He was tall and thin. When he went out, he rode a white horse. We didn't have cars then. When he went to work, he would be followed by 8 security guards, 3 to carry lanterns and 2 to carry his lunchbox. He wouldn't eat in someone's home. He took his meals wherever he went. Sometimes when there was a meeting, he would stand on a mound and shout slogans. He would shout, "Advance to Nanjing! Advance to Nanking! Take Chiang Kai-shek alive!"
Although the communist area was relatively small, many nationalists were frightened by the violent events there. Chiang Kai-shek was concerned. The people under attack, the middle and upper classes, were the base of his support. He launched a series of military campaigns in Jiangxi. They were defeated.
Our main forces would lure their troops, lure them into the mountains, like we did in the battle at Longgang. We would lure them in and then pull back. This is called pulling back your fist before you strike. It was like drawing them into a bag. And suddenly we'd surround them and wipe them out. Understand? We'd lure the enemy deep, deep into the Soviet area, and then suddenly surround them. We wiped out their 18th Division this way. All 9,000 of them, from the commander down to the cooks. Not one escaped. This is called mobile or guerrilla warfare.
Chiang's forces were defeated by these guerrilla tactics 4 times, but he continued to attack. In 1934, he launched an ideological offensive called the New Life Movement, a mixture of traditional Confucian values and European fascism. He hoped to create a disciplined and orderly society by reforming social behavior. People were instructed to button their clothes, stand straight, and not to eat noisily. The movement only reached a small section of the middle class and failed to solve the peasants' problems. But Chiang's 5th military campaign was a success. In an all-out effort, Chiang had gathered nearly 1 million soldiers and all the military machinery he could muster. And he changed tactics.
We adopted the tactic of moving step by step. The stronghold tactic, do you understand? For instance, I could walk 20 miles a day, but instead of 20, I would only do 10. And I would stop and dig trenches and build blockhouses. Since the communists didn't have cannons, they couldn't take well-defended blockhouses. So our troops worked very hard to build them, and we wouldn't advance until a place was firmly in our control. This was how we tightened our stranglehold on the communists.
As the nationalists began their new tactics, the communists changed theirs.
That was when our party made one of its biggest mistakes, the biggest. What happened was that the Communist International sent an advisor, Li De. Whose original name was Otto Braun. He claimed that the golden age of guerrilla warfare was over, and that it was now time to develop positional and regular warfare. When Mao heard this, he realized that he and Li De would never agree. And after that, Mao didn't go to any more meetings of the military committee.
Communist Party leaders supported Otto Braun, the German Comintern representative. Mao lost his position as head of the government, and his guerrilla tactics were abandoned.
Then we used blockhouse warfare to deal with their blockhouse warfare. It was tit for tat, but of course it didn't work. They had planes and cannons. We had nothing. So the communist area shrank and shrank.
The nationalists were winning. communists had already lost much popular support because of their violent class struggle. By the summer of 1934, they were losing badly.
We were being killed off. The revolution wasn't plain sailing. There were people who wavered and were traitors. They saw the situation was going from bad to worse, and they changed with the wind.
Communist organizers were arrested by the nationalists.
A nationalist official wanted to bail me out of prison to force me to be his concubine. I didn't want to, but they threatened me, saying, if you won't, we'll put a firecracker in your vagina and light it. Aren't you afraid? Sitting or standing, I was just as tall as anyone else. Why should I be someone's concubine? I didn't want to, but what could I do?
Finally, they took a red-hot wire this long and forced it through my leg. One from this side, and then from that side. They put the hot wire through my leg. I still have the scars. I was hung up by the arms. I was tortured 3 times, and then they let me down. I was too numb to feel any pain. My interrogation went on from 9 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon. Then they dragged me back to my cell and said, tomorrow we'll send a platoon of soldiers and rape you to death. That really frightened me. I wasn't afraid of being killed, but how could I stand being raped? Though they were just threatening me, they really made it look real. When I was taken out the next morning, there really was a platoon of soldiers waiting. The officer said, just look at those men. If you don't confess, you'll be raped to death, right here. I said, I don't know who is a communist, and I'm not a communist leader. I'm just a laundrywoman. I didn't tell them a thing, and in the end, they sent me to the concentration camp at Zhejiang. They never got anything out of my mouth.
In October 1934, nearly 87,000 communists broke out of the nationalist blockade. They began a forced retreat which became known to the world as the Long March. For over a year, they walked an average of 17 miles a day, often through hostile territory. Nationalist troops chased them much of the time. The soldiers crossed 24 rivers and climbed 18 mountain ranges, and they walked more than 6,000 miles. For the survivors, it is remembered as one enormous battle going on forever.
By the time we got to the Xiang River, we had lost half our troops. We lost 30 to 40,000 people. They weren't battle casualties. We lost them on the road. We were on the march day and night. Everyone was complaining bitterly. We didn't know where we were going. Chairman Mao was out of power. He marched with the troops.
When they reached Zuni, meetings were held. Otto Braun and his supporters claimed that the nationalists had won because they were stronger. Mao said it was because Braun's tactics were wrong. For the first time, Zhou Enlai openly sided with Mao.
Zhou Enlai disagreed. Zhou did not think we had lost because of the enemy's strength, but because of our own strategic and tactical mistakes, since we had won in the past. Then Mao spoke. The atmosphere was calm. Everyone was reasonable. In the end, most decided that Li De and Bogu were wrong. Most people agreed with Mao's ideas and wanted Mao as our leader on the Long March.
We were so happy. We called an officers' meeting. We had a meal, 2 dishes. Oh, we were banging on the tables with our chopsticks. Yeah, yeah, banging on the tables. We were so happy we were dancing. We supported Mao. That's what it was like, I'm telling you.
The meeting was a victory for Mao and his belief in guerrilla tactics. He became the leader of the Long March, and soon of the entire Communist Party. Otto Braun lost his influence. From this time on, the Chinese Communists received virtually no help from the Soviet Union. The march went on. The soldiers continued to face the threat of relentless nationalist attack, and nature, which was often just as lethal. When they crossed the snowy mountains, most of the troops who came from the south were completely unprepared.
It was snowing, and there were hailstorms. I had to stop because it was too slippery, and if I fell off the edge, it would be all over, and it would be easy to fall off. So I decided to take my shoes off and walk barefoot. When my feet touched the snow, it was impossible. The coldness started from my feet and slowly climbed up my legs. My legs went numb. I couldn't walk. Then I saw Yan Chenqing. He was wearing a pair of straw sandals, and he had an extra pair. He couldn't stop walking, so he just threw the sandals to me and kept going. By then, the cold was already up to here. When it gets to your heart, you die. After I put on the straw sandals, I stamped my feet for a few minutes. And I could feel my legs again, and I could walk. I still have a photo of us. If it weren't for him, I'd have died in 35 in the snowy mountains.
Hundreds did die of cold, altitude sickness, and exhaustion. The shared hardships forged firm bonds between the soldiers and earned Mao unswerving loyalty.
Mao Zedong gave me his ration to eat. 3 little steamed buns in a little bowl this big. At first I didn't know that it was Mao's. In one bite, I ate 2 of them. When I found out it was his meal, I stopped eating. He said, "You must eat. You still have to march." He forced me to eat the last one. So Mao was very kind to his subordinates. He took good care of us.
The army now had to cross the grasslands. More people died here than on any other part of the march.
There was nothing there, absolutely nothing. As far as you could see, all there was marsh, the endless marsh. No trees, no houses, nothing. Stepping on the grass was like stepping on bean curd. It was soft. From time to time, someone stepped in the wrong spot and fell into the mud. If you fell in up to here, it was all over. When the mud was up to your chest, no one could save you. You could die at any second. You just couldn't tell.
We finally got hold of a newspaper and learned that there was a communist base in northern Shanxi province. It was only then that we decided to go there. We needed to rest and regroup. We knew it was extremely poor there, but we had nowhere else to go.
The Communists reached Yan'an, the end of the Long March, in the fall of 1935. 95% of the Red Army had been lost.
But Mao didn't lose confidence. He asked us a question. Although there are now only 6,000 or 7,000 of us left, are we stronger or weaker than before? His answer was that we were stronger. He said the people who remained were gold.
Chiang Kai-shek had nearly wiped out the communists. But he faced another threat, a foreign threat, which many considered more dangerous than the communists: Japan. For years, Japan had had economic interests in North China and Manchuria. Throughout the 1920s, it expanded its interests and defended them with increasingly hostile military activity. Japan's aim was to colonize China. The Japanese posed the greatest threat to the warlord of the region, Zhang Shiliang. Zhang Shiliang was one of the most powerful men in China. He was the Generalissimo's second in command, and he retained his own huge, well-equipped army. In September 1931, the Japanese attacked Zhang Shiliang's troops.
We bore the brunt of the attack. The brigade commander gave orders. First, he telephoned me and asked me about the situation. Then he gave the order, "Don't resist. You are not permitted to resist." I pointed out that the enemy had already begun to attack. He said then, "Collect the soldiers' weapons and hide them in the storehouse." I said that there was no way I could collect the soldiers' weapons and hide them when the enemy was shelling us. He said, "Then why don't you withdraw?" I said, "I have only received an order to offer no resistance. I have no order to withdraw." He said, "It would be better if you withdraw. Otherwise, you will be held responsible." Then the phone was cut off.
The Chinese troops did not resist, and the Japanese quickly seized control of all of Manchuria. Chiang Kai-shek, afraid the Japanese military would crush China, had chosen a policy of non-resistance. His deputy commander, Zhang Shiliang, protested the situation. Many held him responsible. Others believed he had received orders from Chiang Kai-shek, and they blamed the government.
We should have resisted. If I had been brigade commander, I would not have withdrawn. I would have resisted until daylight. When a foreign army attacks the cities of another country in broad daylight, I don't think that can be justified to the world.
We have a saying, an army is maintained for 1,000 days to be used for one. Why didn't they fight? I was very angry.
The Japanese used Chinese protests as an excuse to attack Shanghai. This time, there was hard-fought resistance.
Hello, everybody. This is Floyd Gibbons speaking. This was the last stand, the last barricade of the Chinese forces of the 19th Route Army that opposed the advance of the Japanese Marines through these ruins. Hardly a month ago, families lived in these places, fathers, mothers, and children. This was all that they had in the world.
In that part of Chapay occupied by the Japanese, all means of communication are being destroyed. All Chinese found in this quarter are forced to undergo a thorough search as snipers. Possession of arms is taken as conclusive evidence of guilt, and the punishment is certain death.
A ceasefire was declared in Shanghai, but prospects for peace were dim. On March 1st, 1932, Japan set up a puppet government in Manchuria, which they renamed Manchukuo. They installed the former boy emperor, Puyi, now a young man, as head of state. The Chinese were angered and humiliated by the Japanese attacks and by the government's response. These feelings were expressed in demonstrations, the arts, and in feature films.
同胞们，起来！起来去杀敌我们的敌人！同胞们，走！看着敌人，看见，红军起来！民族万岁！
But demonstrations against Japan were quickly suppressed by the government. Chiang Kai-shek was afraid these disturbances would provoke another attack, which China would not survive.
特别是当我们自己没有准备好以前。
We weren't ready. We couldn't let a little event trigger a war between China and Japan before we were ready to fight. The best way out was to persuade the Japanese to give up the idea of invasion. We tried everything.
The nationalist policy was that to resist foreign aggression, the country first needs internal pacification. This was stated by Chiang Kai-shek, and it was in all the papers. It was absolutely necessary to wipe out the communists before we could fight Japan.
Mao and Zhu De knew that Chiang would strike while they were still weak from the long march. In an effort to prevent this and to harness popular anti-Japanese feeling, Mao called for the nationalists to unite with the communists against Japan. Mao declared, "We cannot even discuss communism if we are robbed of a country in which to practice it." But Chiang continued his plans to attack the communists. Again, Zhang Xuliang, seen here next to Chiang, disagreed. He and his men only wanted to fight Japan to recover their homeland. But they could not make the Generalissimo change his mind. In December 1936, in a desperate act which shocked the country, Zhang Xuliang ordered his commander kidnapped. Sun Mingzhu and some heavily armed soldiers stormed Chiang Kai-shek's residence.
When I got to the bedroom, I saw that it was a mess and no one was there. I felt Chiang Kai-shek's bed. It was still warm, so I knew he hadn't been gone long. So we went up, and behind the hill I saw him squeezed between two rocks. It was a spot that everyone called Tiger Stone Rock. He was standing there. He was very frightened. His face was covered with dirt. He was in pajamas because he hadn't had time to get dressed. I saluted and said, "Please, Generalissimo, come quickly." I was afraid that someone might shoot him. I felt a heavy responsibility.
The day he was kidnapped, our Central Committee immediately held meetings. In the evening, we held an emergency meeting. Everyone was trying to figure out how to save him. Madam Chiang flew to Xi'an.
Chiang Kai-shek feared he would be put on trial and executed.
If anything should happen to Mr. Chiang, no one in China would be able to fight Japan. Nobody would be able to stop Japan, and the Japanese would certainly march into China. That would be certain. No one would resist.
All China watched as his fate hung in the balance. Shanghai, China, the Paris of the Orient. In newsreels of the 1920s and 30s, life here looked fun, an exotic mix of East and West. The reality of China was different. Most Chinese lived in the country, where their lives continued largely untouched by the 20th century. The people of China were about to be engulfed in years of violent conflict, years which would dramatically change their country and their lives. In these years, China's leader, Chiang Kai-shek, faced two major threats to his power. The Communists, led by Mao Zedong, and the Japanese. They controlled most of North China and planned a full-scale invasion. Many Chinese demanded that Chiang's government fight Japanese aggression, but he was afraid the Japanese military would crush China, and he refused. In December 1936, anti-Japanese feeling boiled over and created an astonishing crisis. Chiang Kai-shek's deputy, in an effort to force his commander to resist Japan, kidnapped him.
New thunder over China, a storm which the world fears. Through the TV faces the shocking news of the kidnapping of Chiang Kai-shek, who is given credit for unifying the nation. Some say the most ominous kidnapping in history, which threatens world catastrophe. And now again the whole world...
As the world waited, Madame Jiang flew to be with her husband. Zhou Enlai for the Communists went to help negotiate. The negotiations went on day after day. Finally, Jiang was released. Everyone had recognized that he was the only man who could lead the country. And he had at last agreed to work with his old enemies, the Communists, against Japan. It was the beginning of the United Front. Mao Zedong's Communists and Chiang Kai-shek's Nationalists would stand up to Japanese aggression together.
Here's where it started. The Marco Polo Bridge, a few miles southwest of Peiping.
On July 7th, 1937, fighting broke out on this bridge between Chinese and Japanese troops. Within days, Japan launched a full-scale invasion of China. It was the beginning of World War II in Asia. The Japanese easily overpowered united Chinese resistance. They took Beijing in days, and then Tientsin. The Japanese swept inland. In October 1937, they arrived outside Meihua village, a few miles from these scenes.
Japanese devils entered our village from the west side. They started killing and burning their way through the village. They were just brutal. They killed 46 families and even every animal they saw. Then they got to my home. We were hiding in the cellar. Japanese devils shot into the cellar. We children all cried, "I want to get out, I want to get out." When my father got up, 3 devils stripped him to the waist and tied him up. He was tied up with more than 10 other men.
I was put in the pit. It was full of people. They'd been there a long time. The Japanese kept bringing more and more people. I was there for hours. Later, about another 200 people were pushed in. The pit was full. Bullets were whistling. A bullet hit my hand. It felt numb and hot. It didn't hurt. I didn't move. It got dark. I ran away.
The Japanese killed and burned for 3 days and nights. Then they left. My grandfather and mother started looking for my father's body. They found it in that big pit. There were bullet holes in his chest. He was killed by the Japanese devils.
When I got home, I pushed the door open. It was quiet. No one was there. I wondered what had happened to them. I looked everywhere and I couldn't find them. I went outside. I saw that there was fresh earth in the courtyard. I thought someone must be buried in it. And I went over to the well. The winch had been torn out. People were in there, too. I asked a couple of people to help me. I found my grandmother, mother, and 2 sons buried in the earth. I pulled my wife and 3-year-old out of the well. I hadn't seen them for just a few days. And now none of them could ever talk to me again. It was too horrible. I buried them. That's all.
Shanghai was bombarded. There were huge civilian casualties. Nationalist troops fought hard, but they were forced to retreat. Shanghai fell in November 1937. In just 5 months, the Japanese had captured half of China's seaboard. Chiang Kai-shek and his wife appealed to the world for support.
To you, who are enjoying the serenity and security of your own homes, I wish to bring a message from the women of war-ridden China. It is this: if you wish to avoid the calamities that are befalling China now, and the killing and mutilation of your loved ones and your fellow beings, boycott Japanese goods.
The battle for the capital, Nanking, was fierce. Again, the Japanese overpowered nationalist resistance. In December 1937, the Japanese entered the city, and they began to butcher civilians. An estimated 200,000 men, women, and children were massacred. It was called the Rape of Nanking. By June 1938, Chiang was desperate. He ordered the dikes of the Yellow River broken, hoping the flood would stop the Japanese forces. The people in the area were not warned. For them, it was catastrophic. 11 cities and thousands of villages were flooded. Millions were made homeless. Hundreds of thousands died. And the Japanese continued. They had taken all of Chiang Kai-shek's power base. Now he adopted classical military strategy to trade space for time. Taking advantage of China's huge size, the government and the army retreated thousands of miles inland. Schools, universities, and businesses followed, and people. From all over occupied China, millions left their homes and fled in a massive exodus. The government moved to Chongqing in Sichuan province. It was a remote, undeveloped region ruled by warlords and had never been under Chiang's control. The Japanese bombed Chongqing for weeks at a time. The war effort was hopelessly undersupplied and underfunded. Chiang shored up his government with propaganda and parades. To boost morale, Madame Chiang Kai-shek toured hospitals and orphanages. Chongqing held on. Many other Chinese traveled to the northwest, to Yan'an, where the communists had set up their headquarters after the Long March. They came because they wanted to fight Japan, and because there was a sense here of building a new society. The atmosphere of these early days is remembered as one of enthusiasm and exuberance, the Yan'an spirit. Yan'an was still small enough that most people had contact with the leadership. Mao was developing some of his most important theoretical work. He was adapting Marxism to conditions in China. His theories were studied by all who came to Yan'an.
I went to the anti-Japanese university in Yan'an in the fall of 1938. We had classes on current affairs, philosophy, and so on. None of us minded the hard conditions. At night, we shared huge beds. Each person had just this little space, about a foot, one next to the other. We got up early in the morning. We did morning drill, and we learned how to use weapons to fight the Japanese. The term was only a few months long. Then we would be sent to the front, and we sang this song.
黄河之滨，结合着一群中华民族优秀的子孙。
From Yan'an, the young people were sent to work in villages throughout North China and Manchuria. They recruited anyone who would resist Japan. They also changed the face of North China by initiating moderate reforms, reducing land rent and taxes. They held elections and introduced voting. The communists carefully built rural middle-class support, and they avoided the violent class struggle they had used in the past.
Our slogan was, if you have money, give money. If you have a gun, give your gun. And if you are healthy, come and fight. We didn't attack the rich. We even allied with landlords as long as they were not collaborators and wanted to resist.
I am from a rich farming family. When the party started in our area, why did they come to us, who were upper class? Because the poor peasants couldn't afford to give up their work in the fields. Besides, they were not necessarily more progressive than we were.
Women were the most constrained by tradition. Even in the early 1940s, many young girls still had their feet bound, and they were often treated as virtual slaves by their families.
For example, a woman had no rights in her own family. Since she had no income, she was dependent. When someone knocked on the door asking, "Is anyone home?" she would say, "No, there's no one here." See, she didn't even think of herself as a person.
Wang Xinlan had married Xiao Hua, a young communist officer.
After work, Xiao Hua and I used to walk through the village holding hands. Sometimes after dinner, we would just sit there, talking and laughing. They were very envious. They said, "You must have done a lot of good in your previous life, for God to have given you such a good husband." I said, "That's got nothing to do with it. It's because women like me have changed our political status. We're independent people. Among us, men and women are equal. We are equal even though he is the husband and I am the wife." We tried to explain this to them. It was all very surprising to them.
The communist call to fight Japan, combined with their moderate social reforms, had a powerful appeal. Throughout North China, the party established a solid base of support. And the resistance they organized was effective. Liang Liangheng describes how he and a friend ambushed a Japanese regiment which came to their village.
These two areas had more than 10 landmines. When the enemy came, we triggered the mines. They got blown up on both sides. We wouldn't let the bastards get away. The enemy came towards us, and the two of us were really happy. The guy with me was called Feng He. I said, "What about it, Feng He? You get the officer. I'll get the guy over there." Feng He aimed at the Japanese officer. Bang! He got him right in the head. He keeled over. I pulled my trigger. Bang! Got another one. The enemy sent a regiment with 100 carts. They came to take our wheat, but we didn't lose any. Their carts didn't go back empty, though. They carried the bodies of 60 dead devils.
The Japanese responded to communist resistance with a campaign of terror called Burn All, Kill All, Loot All. They decimated any village with communist connections and fragmented communist control of the region. The communists and nationalists were still officially fighting Japan together, bound by the United Front. But there were frequent clashes between the two sides. In January 1941, nationalist forces suddenly attacked a communist unit. The unit was wiped out. It was the end of the United Front. Mao sent a message to Chiang Kai-shek. Those who play with fire ought to be careful. If things continue to develop this way, all the people of the country will throw you into the gutter. Chiang's response to a journalist was, "The Japanese are a disease of the skin. The communists are a disease of the heart." Chungking, the Japanese continued to bomb Chiang Kai-shek's wartime capital. By December 1941, the war had been going on for nearly 5 years. Nationalist armies had taken beating after beating. Japan was winning the war.
Japan launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, and the United States declared war on Japan. I knew then that Japan was bound to be defeated, bound to lose the war.
Today, we, the people of the United States, fighting a desperate rear-guard action against the Japs, grimly realize that our future depends upon holding a fighting China as our ally. Well, may we ponder what might happen if China should fall, if the full force of Japan, now deadlocked in China, were released to strike into India, into Australia, into Mexico or Canada, or California.
Despite the propaganda, the Allies gave China low priority. They were struggling to survive the war in Europe. General Joseph Stilwell was named the top American commander in China. Stilwell had lived in China and he spoke the language. His job was to keep China in the war and improve its fighting capacity. He commanded Chinese troops, and he believed that, properly trained, they would be among the best in the world. But he railed against the nationalist command.
He would speak in expletives to me about the Chinese generalship, because he would find them pig-headed, vacillating, they'd change their mind. And again, Chiang would not want to commit a large force to gain an objective. He would send it in driblets, and it would then be consumed by the Japanese in driblets.
Stilwell found that the Generalissimo was unwilling to commit his troops against the Japanese because he was saving them for use against the Chinese communists. He had 500,000 of his best troops blockading the area occupied by the Chinese communists.
Stilwell soon saw the Chinese war effort was hampered by another problem: corruption. It started at the top with Chiang's inner circle, his wife's family, and a handful of his oldest friends. They controlled the economy and made enormous profits from their positions. Chiang himself was never accused of corruption, but he did nothing to stop it, and it spread to all levels in the nationalist government. Those it hurt most were the ordinary soldiers Stilwell was trying to command. Conscripts were treated brutally.
They were afraid we would run away, so they would tie 5 or 6 men together on the same rope. That's how we traveled. We were strung up in groups.
I saw hundreds of our conscripts strung up and pulled along on ropes. At night, to stop them running away, they tied their legs. I saw it with my own eyes.
The nationalists had corrupt officers. They put sand in the rice to replace what they had taken. We ate moldy rice with a lot of sand in it. They said we were drafted to fight Japan and defend our homeland. If they really meant it, why didn't they give us food and clothes?
Why was there corruption? Poverty. If America didn't have enough food and clothing, corruption would exist there too. As the Chinese saying goes, only when one has food and clothing will he know ethics.
Nearly 1.5 million men died of starvation or illness before ever reaching their units. 1 out of every 10 men drafted during the war. Stilwell and the Foreign Service officers filed reports about nationalist corruption and other problems to no avail. Nationalist censorship and the American media bolstered Jiang's image.
Well known to every American is lean, keen Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek, undisputed leader and idol of 450 millions of Chinese.
In 1943, Madame Jiang visited the United States and charmed Congress and the public.
Let us not forget that Japan in her occupied areas today has greater resources at her command than Germany. Let us not forget that during the first 4.5 years of total aggression, China has borne Japan's sadistic fury unaided and alone.
She repeatedly requested huge amounts of money and supplies for the government. When the U.S. Treasury expressed reservations, Jiang threatened to sign a separate peace with Japan. And so millions of dollars were sent. No one had to account for the money, and much of it simply disappeared.
To be fair, I must say that in any government, at any time, there will be situations we don't like. Some unfair and illegal behavior. This can happen in any country, any government, at any time. Especially during a period of bad economic conditions after years of war. Naturally, some people are tempted by material things.
In August 1944, a group of American officers flew deep into northwest China to Yan'an. Anxious to improve China's fighting capacity, Stilwell and the American government wanted to know if the communists could be used effectively in the war. The Foreign Service officers who went to Yan'an were called the Dixie Mission. It was the first official Western recognition of the communists.
My first impressions, well, Mao Zedong was a large, even then slightly tending towards plump individual with a very smooth face, no facial hair to be noticed. And he was not what you would call charismatic. He was straightforward, did not dwell on polite phrases at all, but there was no question that he was the boss. Everyone was deferential to him, including people like Zhou Enlai and Zhu De. They looked to him, and when he spoke, no dog barked.
Mao was now the undisputed leader of the communists. The year before, Mao Zedong thought had become their official ideology. No criticism of Communist Party policies was tolerated. The communists wanted to create a good impression, for they wanted American help in the immediate struggle against Japan, and they hoped for long-term support when the war was over. The American officers spent a year in Yan'an assessing the communists' organization and their military potential. Apart from a few Russian advisors, they saw no evidence of Soviet support. With full U.S. government approval, the Americans instructed the communists on strategy and weaponry. They watched guerrilla tactics. They traveled out from Yan'an and watched the communists attack Japanese blockhouses. They saw that the communists controlled huge areas in the countryside of North and Central China. Patrick Hurley, President Roosevelt's personal representative, visited. His mission was to mediate between Jiang and the communists.
When Hurley arrived in Yan'an, the plane sat down and the door was flung open, and there stood Hurley in his Major General's uniform, you know, glistening in his white mustachios and his 6'3", and he let out a Choctaw war whoop. And of course, the Chinese were much too courteous to stand and say, what goes on, you know. They just, I suppose they assume that this is the way foreign devils behave when they appear upon a scene somewhere. China was a very complex phenomenon, and it really baffled him, I think. He had great difficulty with identifying who the various Chinese were. He had, Mao Zedong was Mustang, and the nicknames that grew up there in an attempt to identify people was a very clear indication that he really was somewhat at sea, shall we say.
Despite cordial appearances, Hurley's mediation went badly and led to deep communist mistrust of him. Hurley supported Chiang Kai-shek and did not seem to take the communists seriously. The Foreign Service officers made a different assessment.
I reported on the communists after my visit there that I thought that they would probably win in China. And the reason I think that that would happen is that they had popular support. I mentioned, I think at the time, that they were a democratic force. That was a misnomer. They were a popular force, and they had a popular support. And only in that sense were they democratic.
Relations between Jiang and Stilwell were deteriorating. Stilwell, on behalf of the American government, demanded that Jiang make sweeping changes in his army.
Stilwell talked about the bad things in Jiang's government and Jiang's arrogance. He also asked that part of Jiang's troops be placed under his direct control and that Americans be appointed high-ranking officers. Chiang Kai-shek did not accept that. But all those were not the main disagreements. The biggest disagreement was that Stilwell wanted to send weapons to the communists, to arm communist troops, which was the last thing Chiang Kai-shek wanted.
Jiang demanded Stilwell's recall. John Davies asked for a transfer. Almost every American officer with in-depth experience in China was fired or resigned. Jiang now had undisputed control of China's war effort. Stilwell was replaced by General Wedemeyer, who was much more sympathetic to Jiang. And the war with Japan was soon to be over. In August 1945, the atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, and the Japanese surrendered. In the victory celebrations, Jiang was the hero of China. But the quick end of the war left an important question unresolved. Who would take the Japanese surrender in North China? The communists raced to get their armies north. Nationalist troops were airlifted by America to arrive first. General Lu Jingzhao remembers what Mao said about Chiang Kai-shek.
He wants to come down the mountain to harvest peaches. That's what Mao said. Our people and our army had made great sacrifices behind the Japanese lines. So we wanted to take the surrender in those areas. I rode all night back to the front. You couldn't say we were harvesting peaches, but we did want to taste a few.
Civil war seemed inevitable. Patrick Hurley, now U.S. ambassador in China, persuaded Mao to go to Chongqing for talks with Jiang. The two men had not met in nearly 20 years, since the days of Sun Yat-sen in Canton. Jiang addressed Mao as elder brother, and Mao made the toast, "Long live Chiang Kai-shek." But the talks led nowhere. President Truman did not give up. He sent General George Marshall to mediate. An agreement was signed, and then quickly broke down. The Civil War began. At first, it went badly for the Communists. In March 1947, Mao announced to his troops that they would withdraw from Yan'an because of a successful nationalist advance. But Yan'an was only a symbol and not the base of their power. Their real power lay in the vast countryside of North China and Manchuria. It had been built up during the war with Japan, when moderate reforms had attracted support from all economic levels of society. Now the communist leadership decided to expand their support by concentrating on the poor. They launched a radical land reform movement, attacking their old allies in the prosperous middle class.
In Li Laoqi's house, we first drove out his cattle and pigs. Then we took all the furniture, cabinets, and trunks out of his house. We took all his clothes, too. After that, we shut him up in a small room and told him to write a confession. Then the people wanted to struggle with him. They shouted, "Li Laoqi, you must confess honestly. Who did you exploit? How much money have you piled up? Where have you hidden it? You must confess." We struggled with him for a long time. He had buried his silver dollars underground. We got him to confess where he had hidden the money.
As the poor divided up the land of the prosperous, many communists were torn between the demands of the party and of their families. Even veteran party members were attacked.
When the reforms came, you had to go along with them. Because I was a party member, I had to take the lead. My parents didn't agree with me. Even though they were in charge of the family property, they had to listen to me.
At the time of the land reform, my family had a new cart, a horse, a donkey, and about 5 acres of land. We had a large family and enough food. And so one night, they sealed up our house.
All the landlords and rich peasants were locked up in one spot before the mass rally. I went and saw the situation was no good. I was afraid the struggle meeting might go wild. I was scared.
The meeting began. My father was Wang De, and they tied him to a post. Everyone in the village was there, and then they went crazy.
Some innocent people got beaten and some bad people got beaten. Village leaders tried to control the mob. They even sat on the landlords to keep them from being torn apart.
What they did was wrong. They ignored the facts. If you weren't poor, if you were better off, then you were guilty. That's how they reasoned.
Land reform had become mob rule. It tore families and villages apart. The communists began to lose support. In December 1947, Mao urged restraint. 5 months later, the movement was stopped. The communists tried to minimize the damage and backtracked to their moderate wartime policies. They managed to salvage peasant support. In the cities, people's lives had not improved after the war. Massive economic problems were undercutting Jiang's support. The government's financial policies were chaotic.
The currency system changed many times. The old Fabi paper money was changed to the new Fabi paper money. Then that was changed to the gold yuan. Then, when there weren't enough gold yuan, it was changed to the yuan shikai silver dollars. There was also gold, and even American dollars were used. The currency system was in complete chaos. So when people got paid in the morning, they would rush to buy things, because prices would rise by the afternoon. Sometimes the price would double. People had a rough time.
The homeless and starving filled city streets. Black market trading and corruption were widespread. To make matters worse, in 1947, floods in the south destroyed the rice crop. And in the north, there was a devastating famine. In response, the United Nations Relief Agency sent millions of dollars in aid. America continued to send vast quantities of war surplus and millions more dollars to help Jiang in his struggle against the communists. Many were certain that Jiang's family was embezzling huge amounts of this aid. He and his wife continued to ask for more. In 1947, President Truman sent Albert Wedemeyer back to China to assess the situation. Although it was clear that Jiang's government was corrupt and losing support, for America there was no alternative. Wedemeyer urged Jiang to effect immediate, drastic political and economic reforms. At the same time, he recommended more U.S. aid.
Wedemeyer's recommendation that we continue to support the government of Chiang Kai-shek has to be considered in the context of the times of the Cold War, in which the Chinese communists seemed to be allied with the Russians, and the hope that somehow or other military aid might contribute to the survival of Chiang Kai-shek's government.
But American aid could not win the war for Jiang. He made the crucial mistake of overextending his forces in the north. The communists responded with a change in tactics. They mounted a major offensive against the nationalist armies in the cities. The change of tactics worked. By November 1948, after only a month and a half, the communists won control of North China.
Nationalist troops were crossing over to us in divisions and armies. When we first got to the Northeast, we had 100,000 troops. Now we were 400,000 or 500,000 strong.
Our equipment all came from the United States and Chiang Kai-shek. There was a joke among the soldiers. They said that Chiang was our best supplier of American weapons. That was the joke. They said that after we win, we'll give him a medal that weighs a ton. because he did such a good job for us. After 8 years of fighting Japan, nobody wanted to fight anymore. Even I didn't want to fight anymore. Chiang Kai-shek reprimanded me. This war has to be fought. If we don't wipe out the communists, we'll die without a place to be buried. We've got to go all out. I couldn't say anything to that. He was my teacher, my academy commandant. He had been my commanding officer for many years. All I could do was obey.
With North China under communist control, the battle for central China began. Huang Wei led Chiang Kai-shek's crack 12th Army.
Our movements were slow. Our equipment was heavy, cumbersome. We were fighting, retreating, and bringing up reinforcements simultaneously. Our formations were beaten back bit by bit. We would be wiped out in 1 day, 2 days' time. So I gave the order to flee. That saved some people. On December 15th, we broke out in several places. My deputy commander and I got into a tank and fled. We fled to a place about 15 miles from Zhuangduiji. That evening, the evening of December 15th, the tank I was in broke down, couldn't move. So we got out and fled on foot. The communists were everywhere. And they caught me. I became their prisoner. The nationalists failed because we completely lost the people's support. I had heard that during the Northern Expedition, the people gave us flowers and food. During the war against Japan, the people provided intelligence and helped us resist the Japanese. Once the Civil War started, we couldn't find anyone to give us even road directions. There's a saying in China, the water that carries the boat can also overturn it.
On January 21st, 1949, 11 days after the battle for central China, Chiang Kai-shek resigned. In Shanghai, people were leaving in droves. Chiang Kai-shek and his government retreated to the island of Taiwan. It was carefully planned. They took a huge part of China's art treasures and all of the central bank reserves. U.S. aid followed.
The last shipments of arms and ammunition were sent to Taiwan, not to China. The government of Chiang Kai-shek had already made its preparations for transfer to Taiwan. So we never stopped supporting Chiang Kai-shek.
Chiang did not give up all hope.
My father's first order was for us to examine our past mistakes, both domestic and international. Secondly, we should prepare to recover the mainland. He never said we should fight our way back. What we should do was help the people on the mainland overthrow the regime. So we've been making preparations based on this order since the first day in Taiwan.
The war continued without Chiang Kai-shek. The communists prepared to cross the Yangtze River, heading for Nanking and Shanghai. They quickly overcame nationalist defenses. With the communists just outside Shanghai, the remaining nationalist police stepped up their anti-communist activities.
My husband had been arrested by the nationalists, and I couldn't find him. I was both happy and worried at the same time. Happy because the revolution would soon succeed, that was obvious, and worried because my husband had been arrested, and we didn't know where he was.
On October 1st, 1949, we listened to the radio. We heard the ceremony of the founding of the People's Republic of China. Chairman Mao proclaimed that the Chinese people had stood up. All of us were overjoyed. We jumped around. We were really proud and happy.
My daughters were very young. They asked why there was so much excitement. I told them they would understand when they were older. As for me, it was the day I'd been working for all my life.
October 1st, I was locked up in the war criminals prison. I had no desire to go on living, but I couldn't just die. I was very stubborn. I really couldn't change the way I thought. So I was locked up in thought reform for 27 years. This man, I think he was a great man. He was a hero. But his methods were the old ones of China. And he lost. I put my life on the line for him. In the end, I was buried alive for him. You could say I was loyal to him to the end. Loyal to the end.
I felt happy on the one hand, because I had been looking forward to liberation so much, and it had come at last. On the other hand, I felt sad, for my husband was dead. But then we thought that people always die in revolution. No death, no victory.
光能冰雪上，一起来就往，拿起我们的武器，刀枪，走出工厂钱庄课堂，前线七八走上。 民族解放的战场。
In 1949, China lay devastated by decades of civil war and foreign invasion. The previous regime, corrupt and incompetent, had left the country bankrupt. People hoped the new communist government would bring unity and peace, pride and prosperity.
Everybody felt that the liberation in 1949 was an historic demarcation. Before that, it was the old society with many ugly things in it. After the communists came, most people were idealistic and they began to fight for the same cause, for a new China.
Mao and his colleagues had a vision of momentous change. They wanted to transform the lives of 1/4 of mankind and create a strong and modern industrial China. The communists forged a new political structure. They set up a network of party branches, which reached down from the capital to every village in the country. At local levels, officials explained party programs.
Communism meant political equality for everybody. The people would be masters of the country. That was the propaganda. People would have enough to eat and wear. Poverty would be a thing of the past.
The reforms went far beyond economics, into personal relations.
Before liberation, women had to do whatever they were told. They had no rights. There were 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Obedience to father before marriage, to husband after marriage, and to your son after your husband died. You had no rights at all.
The government's first major legislation made women legally equal to men.
Marriages arranged by parents or matchmakers were stopped. Women could marry the men they loved. So they were very happy.
The communists organized people into work units, which provided employment, health care, housing, and education. Work units also gave the party direct control over people's lives.
Everyone belonged to a work unit. At first, people weren't comfortable with them, but gradually they got used to them.
In the countryside, the changes were just as profound. For centuries, most peasants had struggled to survive hardship and poverty. During the revolution, Mao had won peasant support with promises of a better life. Now he gave them land. Party officials told peasants to seize property from their landlords.
It was fierce. The whole village, hundreds of people, came beating drums. They dragged me to the meeting ground and wanted to beat me. I said, "Don't hit me. I know my family has exploited the people for generations. I'll give you my house, land, everything." After they discussed it, they labeled me an enlightened son of a landlord family. They let me keep my house, although there wasn't much left in it. But in fact, I did well. Many people died.
Officials encouraged peasants to humiliate and beat their landlords. Often, the violence went much further. Across China, hundreds of thousands of landlords were killed. Nearly half of all China's arable land was distributed to poor peasants.
Before land reform, we only had 3/4 of an acre of land. It was not enough to feed us all. During land reform, we got nearly 3 acres of land. Because we had more land, we could grow more. Gradually, our life became better.
Now it was the people who were the masters. They really liked that. Land and houses were taken from the landlords and given to them. People saw that they benefited, so they supported the Communist Party.
The leaders of the party were veteran revolutionaries who had worked with Mao for years. Second in authority was Liu Shaoqi. Zhou Enlai was foreign minister and then premier. Gaining in prominence was Deng Xiaoping. Zhou Enlai was the gifted administrator and the loyal servant who never challenged Mao. He had a human touch that made him both popular and respected. Liu Shaoqi was more reserved. He was an orthodox communist, a cautious economic planner, and a devoted father. Mao was married to Jiang Qing, a former movie actress. During the 1950s, she never appeared in public. Mao was the party visionary, a poet, and a romantic revolutionary for whom no theory was sacred. He was also an astute strategist. Mao believed that China needed strong international support, and within weeks of taking power in 1949, he visited Moscow. But Joseph Stalin was a difficult ally. For 3 days, he did not even acknowledge Mao's presence in Moscow. Finally, he gave the Chinese limited aid and agreed to a defense treaty. On his return to Beijing, Mao addressed his colleagues.
帝国主义者如果这么帮我们的时候，我们签好了一个帮手这个条约。
Chief among the imperialists was America. The United States did not recognize Mao's government. Only months after this speech, the two sides would be at war in Korea. In June 1950, North Korea invaded South Korea. America was outraged and called for immediate action. The United Nations sent troops from 15 countries to defend South Korea. They were led by the American general Douglas MacArthur. After months of hard fighting, the UN forces pushed the North Korean army out of the south. In October, they reached the North Korean capital, Pyongyang.
The original orders that we gave MacArthur were, when he is able to do so, to expel the North from the South. And in doing so, to keep well clear of the Chinese borders, because we did not want to give them any pretext to come in.
But MacArthur's troops continued north, towards the Yalu River and the border with China.
MacArthur had much broader objectives: to take advantage of the attack, to attack China, and remove Chinese communists as a threat in the area. And he is continually trying to do things that would bring China into the war.
Mao's government was barely a year old and in the midst of radical reforms. It could hardly afford a war, but Mao felt the UN forces were an intolerable threat to China's security. Under the command of General Peng Dehuai, 250,000 Chinese troops secretly crossed into Korea. At the end of October 1950, they attacked, taking the UN forces completely by surprise. The UN troops soon fled in a massive retreat. In China, the government launched a propaganda campaign called Resist America and Aid Korea.
People donated money for planes and ammunition for the war effort. Every family gave.
We heard people saying how our soldiers were bravely fighting in the icy fields and how they were beating the Americans, carrying them away in their sleeping bags one by one. We were so moved that we all donated. One day I got my 2 weeks' salary. I gave it all.
By the spring of 1951, the war was a grim stalemate. Both sides were dug in around the 38th parallel, separating North and South Korea. While fighting continued, peace talks began. Finally, after 2 years, the talks produced an armistice.
The Korean War forced us to recognize, and the American people to recognize, that the new regime, the communist regime in China, was a fact of life with whom we were going to have to live.
In China, the war created great national pride. The Chinese army had suffered terribly, with nearly 1 million casualties. But it had fought to a standstill the armies of the strongest nations in the world. And the Resist America campaign proved how effectively Mao's government could mobilize the entire country. Now it began a series of smaller campaigns against people inside China, people Mao called enemies without guns.
应当向其向政府坦白，应当在国际上这种开展一个反行贿、反偷税漏税、反盗取国家资财、反偷工减料的斗争。全国的一切外国同胞都应当团结起来，战胜这些旧社会遗留下来的无德而斗争。
Party officials encouraged people to act as informers, using special letter boxes. The Jiang family had one of many small businesses still operating in Wuhan.
My in-laws were capitalists. They were told to report all their property to the government. So they made an inventory of everything in the store. Later, there was a struggle meeting. The shop assistants tied up my mother-in-law because they didn't like her. They yelled at her. My brother-in-law got impatient and said, "We don't have anything more. You keep saying we have more, but we don't." Then they tied him up too, saying he had a bad attitude. What we used as our dinner table was actually a bench, this long. They told her to kneel on it. It's very hard to kneel on a bench like that. If you bend just a little, you fall. You have to stay very straight to kneel on it. They kept us there until 11 at night. They really couldn't get any more out of us.
Thousands were jailed or executed. People with money, with foreign connections, or with ties to the previous regime. With these campaigns, the communists crushed all potential political opposition. But the vast majority of people were not hurt by the campaigns. For many Chinese, life was improving.
我们有充分的信心，克服一切艰难困苦，将我国建设成为一个伟大的社会主义共和国。
In 1954, Mao asked Dr. Li Zhisui to be his doctor.
Mao was not like the rest of us. He had no sense of time. Day or night, 24 hours were the same to him. He worked whenever he wanted and slept whenever he wanted. He didn't have regular meetings once a week or once a month. Any leader who wanted his permission to make a decision would send him a note. After Mao read it, he would write his comments on it and send it back.
The leaders and their families lived in Zhongnanhai, a huge walled compound in the heart of Beijing. They spent their summers at the same beach resort, reserved for high officials.
Usually, the dance party started at 7 on Saturday evening. Mao would come at about 10. As soon as he entered, people would all stand and clap to welcome him. Then many girls would come and ask him to dance. He would sit for a while, then dance with them, one after another. Supposedly, the party was for all the leaders. Actually, it was for Mao himself. It was a recreational activity organized for him.
While the leaders danced to Western music, the strongest foreign influence in the mid-50s was Russian. With the help of Soviet advisors, Mao's government began dozens of huge industrial projects. This development and Soviet help had to be paid for. Mao looked to China's peasants to foot the bill. But traditional family farms could not produce enough to pay for industry. In 1953, the communists began to socialize agriculture. First, they encouraged families to pool their property in small farms called cooperatives.
When you explained clearly to people what it meant to till the land together, with people working together, we would have more manpower and we would be able to increase production and our life would become better. When people accepted this, a few families started working together.
After the cooperative was set up, our life was much better. We could afford to raise pigs. Before, we didn't have enough grain to raise them. When the pigs grew, I sold them and got more cash. I also sold vegetable seeds in the town market. We had more land, enough labor, plus some sidelines, so our income increased.
Cooperatives grew at an astonishing speed. By the end of 1955, almost two-thirds of the peasants had joined. This was much faster than Mao had ever hoped. Seizing the momentum, he ordered the country to move to the next stage of socialism, to collectivization. But for most peasants, this was going too far. In collectives, private property was abolished. People had to give up their animals, their tools, and their land. Party officials put intense pressure on families to join.
By then, people were unhappy. They weren't comfortable forming a collective with the whole village. Some villagers didn't get on with others. My father was quite well off, so he didn't want to join either. I was a party official in the village. I told him if I weren't an official, I wouldn't insist he join. If you didn't join, you wouldn't look good in front of your neighbors. With my persuasion and the example of others, he gave in. But he joined with reluctance. His income was quite high. It went down after he joined, so he was unhappy.
Within months, all of China's 600 million peasants were working in huge collectives. For the first time in history, the farm output of the entire nation was under government control. The government decided how much grain the peasants could keep. The rest had to be sold at low prices to the state.
The grain ration for the peasants was very low, not enough. Plus, you had to obey the leadership. You had to fulfill the state quota. State first, then the people.
Peasants complained about the policies.
They said, we can't keep one extra ear of grain for ourselves. Do you think this is fair? I said, it's not fair. So I wrote to the provincial leadership. Things couldn't go on like this. No matter how much you grew, you still had to give it to the state. You couldn't eat it. The province sent people down to investigate. They saw things were just the way I said, but they couldn't solve it. It was a big problem.
Collectives did not make the peasants better off, nor did they increase production. Mao still had to find a way to finance his vision of an industrial China.
Mao 主席曾经这样说过：“你们年轻人是朝气蓬勃、正在兴旺时期，好像早晨8、9点钟的太阳，希望寄托在你们的身上。孩子们，做出新的、更好的成绩，保证完成任务。”
The communists controlled most intellectual life. Plays and films had to follow strict guidelines. Mao saw that this control was stifling potentially useful new ideas. He was also disturbed by the emergence of a new elite in the party itself. In 1956, Mao decided to encourage constructive criticism of the party. He called for 100 flowers to bloom in the arts and 100 schools of thought to contend in science.
I was all for the slogan of letting 100 flowers bloom. We all felt that we had really started to have democracy. Soon, all the walls in Beijing University were covered with big posters. People expressed their points of view and asked the Communist Party for changes.
Yu Beijian called many high school teachers unqualified. Shang Dashi complained medical research was falling behind. More and more people criticized party corruption and inefficiency.
Committee members and leaders at all levels were criticized by ordinary people. They had quite a tough time. So they did not like 100 flowers. They felt as if they were punching bags. They were not happy.
Under pressure from the party, Mao reversed himself. In June 1957, he published an article calling the people who had spoken out enemies and rightists. Mao appointed Deng Xiaoping to lead the anti-rightist movement.
I was supposed to have committed 29 crimes. One was that I supported the policy of letting 100 flowers bloom. It was Mao Zedong himself who started the policy. How could it be a crime? But it was.
The rightists were denounced in front of their colleagues in struggle meetings. Professor Ge Peiqi was criticized in this meeting at the People's University in Beijing.
Ge Peiqi was my neighbor. He was already done for. That's what we called it. I saw his youngest child, who was about 5 or 6 months old. His nurse had quit. The baby was crawling outside the building under the burning sun. I felt sorry for him and picked him up. Some people said, "You shouldn't do that. Ge Peiqi is a bad person. Why are you holding his child? You'll get into trouble." They meant well. I said, "The baby hasn't done anything wrong."
Ge Peiqi's family was ostracized for years. Ge Peiqi himself spent the next 2 decades doing hard labor.
I had been in the revolutionary ranks for so many years. At the meeting, I was the most senior person there, but I was finished. I suddenly realized that I had fallen from the sky down to the earth. I could never get up again. I was a rightist, and I was kicked out.
In an internal party document, Mao estimated that about 10% of the people were rightists. Local officials interpreted this to mean they had to find 10 rightists among every 100 people.
They accused my wife of telling my son to tell other children that their land and house were ours. It wasn't true. She never said anything like that. But when you were told to confess, you had to say something. They wouldn't let you go if you didn't. People at the meeting shouted, "Struggle against her, hit her." She was just a peasant woman. She wasn't like me. I could make things up on the spot so I wouldn't get hurt. She couldn't do that. What could we do? Someone took her backstage. He said to her, "Just say anything. Say you were wrong in saying this or doing that." But my old woman was stupid. Her mind did not work fast. She was taught what to say. She walked onto the stage saying, "Okay, okay, I'll say that." But once she was there, she forgot everything. She was scared stiff. When she got home, she cried and cried. It was 1958, during the anti-rightist movement. It was the first time she was ever repudiated. But she was not labeled a rightist. She was not qualified. Not at all qualified.
Nearly 1 million people were condemned as rightists. They were sent to jail and prison camps or to work in the countryside. The anti-rightist campaign effectively silenced China's intellectuals. Mao had decided that they were no longer needed. Mao was also beginning to question China's relationship with the Soviet Union. When Nikita Khrushchev and Mao met in 1958, they kept up appearances of solidarity. But in private, they disagreed on major issues. During the visit, Mao did not tell Khrushchev that he was about to launch military action against his old enemy, the nationalists. When the communists took power in 1949, the defeated nationalist government fled to Taiwan, also called Formosa. Led by Chiang Kai-shek, they still claimed to be the true government of China, and they had American support.
The United States must remove any doubt regarding our readiness to fight, if necessary, to preserve the vital stake of the free world in a free Formosa.
The nationalists hoped one day to retake the mainland. Their troops trained on islands which lay just off China's coast. In August 1958, the communists began to shell them. President Eisenhower stood firm in his commitment to the nationalists. Mao did not want a war with the United States. After a few tense weeks, he stopped the bombardment. The crisis petered out, but it had lasting repercussions. While Khrushchev backed the Chinese communists in public, he was furious with Mao. The attack could have triggered a superpower war. In 1959, the two men met for the last time. A year later, they broke off relations. But foreign criticism did not sway Mao's government. They viewed conflict with the nationalists as a purely domestic matter. The same was true, they asserted, of their actions in Tibet. For centuries, this remote and religious land had been regarded by the Chinese as part of China. In 1950, the communists enforced their claim by taking over Tibet. In 1959, Tibetans rebelled. The People's Liberation Army crushed the revolt. As reports of atrocities and destruction reached the outside world, China's international isolation deepened. Mao's first concern was still China's economy. Industrial output had doubled in 5 years, but he was not satisfied.
Mao Zedong always hoped to build a socialist economy in China faster than the Soviet Union. He always thought fighting the Revolutionary War was very difficult. There must be a way to speed up agricultural or industrial production. Could it be more difficult than fighting a war?
In 1958, Mao launched his most ambitious campaign to date, the Great Leap Forward. His goal was to make China the industrial equal of Western nations in just 15 years. His method was to mobilize the entire country to work day and night by promising a better future.
We built reservoirs, planted cotton, cultivated trees, and things like that. When we worked, we had a slogan. Catch the stars and moon. We had to work when the stars and moon were out.
We had breakfast very early and came home very late. So we worked all day long. We were so enthusiastic. To make work exciting, flags flew high in the fields and loudspeakers squealed. People shouted slogans one after another.
Mao decided to visit some villages to see what was going on. I went with him. Once we came to a village and saw a banner with these words on it. People's communes are good. He read the words, People's communes are good. A reporter happened to be next to Mao and took down his words. The next day, the words appeared in the newspapers. That's how People's communes started.
Mao's word was so powerful that almost overnight, people's communes sprang up across China. A commune encompassed many villages with thousands of families. Each day was strictly regimented, and family life was virtually abolished. Children were placed in communal nurseries while their parents worked around the clock. People ate in the fields or in communal dining halls. To increase industrial output, communes were ordered to make steel.
The slogan was to overtake England and catch up with America. The idea was that if everybody worked hard and everywhere in the country people refined steel, then we would catch up very soon.
People collected walks, pots, bed frames, and tools, anything made of iron or steel. They built small furnaces to melt them. The biggest challenge was to keep the furnaces fueled.
We burned tables, chairs, window frames. And finally, we even opened old coffins and used the wood. They really stank. We kept the fires burning day and night. And for convenience, we built work sheds close to the furnaces. One day I worked very late and I was totally exhausted. We had separate sheds for men and women. But I was so tired I couldn't tell the difference. I just walked into a shed, lay down, and fell asleep. When I woke the next morning, I found I was in the men's shed. Of course, it was all right. Nobody cared. All we cared about was making as much steel as we could.
At night, you could see many furnaces along the railroad. Fire shot out of the furnaces. This made people excited. China was going through a great change. China was becoming a very rich and strong country. All this seemed to have happened overnight. Mao was very pleased.
But the steel people made was useless.
We used it to make pots of all sizes. But when people heated them, they cracked and leaked. If only we had the equipment to make good steel, but we didn't. We only had people. Our methods were very primitive. Of course we didn't make good steel. People were unhappy, but nobody dared say anything. The result was that everything made of iron and steel was taken from every family and was made useless. We had no tools left to use.
While the government called on everyone to make steel, they also wanted to increase farm output.
How could we increase the grain harvest? People said that if you did close planting and used more fertilizer, you would definitely increase output. People got carried away. They were hot-headed. From Mao Zedong and the Central Party Committee down to leaders at all levels, everyone was full of enthusiasm.
During the Great Leap Forward, we believed miracles could happen. There was a saying, "The corn will grow higher the more you desire." Communes and schools reported their wonderful news to the party. If one commune said they could turn out 150 tons an acre, another one would say their target was 180 tons. Each commune or school would promise a higher amount until the last school gave their highest figure. Our school set the target of 470 tons an acre. We dug a hole, something like a swimming pool. We thought if we put all the fertilizer in it, we would achieve our target. Then we poured the seeds in, which built up into a layer about this thick. There was a photograph in the People's Daily that showed the wheat in a field supporting the weight of children.
Some leaders of the Central Party Committee were so happy that they put this photo on their desks at work. Most people believed it.
We were surprised to see that photo and wondered how it could be possible. But because we were city people, we couldn't be sure it was a fake.
When I went with Mao to the villages, I really did see so much grain in the fields, so much rice.
它田上面种的那个粮食那个稻子很多很多。
The yields were so high. At the time, I thought everything was true.
不是假的。
After the anti-rightist campaign, few dared to ask questions.
Only one teacher spoke out. How thick would the wheat be if we did produce 470 tons? Immediately, he was accused of being a rightist and not believing in the party.
Later, I learned it was all fake. The peasants were putting on a show for us. They moved grain from other places and put it all in one field. It was all a show for Mao.
Under pressure to produce more, to launch satellites to heaven, as it was called, party officials inflated production figures. An ominous cycle began as the state took more and more grain based on false figures, leaving the peasants with nothing to eat.
For example, the output was 5 tons of grain, but 10 tons were reported. Then the state would collect grain based on 10 tons.
Our commune committee calculated that our yield was 1,800 pounds an acre. It didn't qualify us to go up to heaven. But the deputy had an idea. He added the melons, fruits, pears, peaches, turnips, and vegetables to the grain, counting them as grain output. So the yield became 2,600 pounds per acre. Now we were qualified to go up to heaven. The commune committee did not want to calculate this way. It was cheating. But those people were higher up. What could we do? I have this problem. I get emotional very easily. I wondered why the higher the official, the more he dared to lie, to deceive the party and the people. Jiang Hongbin, the financial secretary, was horrified when he heard such an enormous figure. He said, "Are you letting people eat? This is sheer absurdity."
Party officials ignored the protests and continued to submit the inflated figures. The state took the grain accordingly. It was sent to feed the cities, repay Soviet debts, or left to rot in warehouses. Peasants across China were beginning to starve.
Anhui was one of the 4 provinces worst hit. All my mother could do was gather weeds with my aunt. There wasn't enough grain, so we ate weeds.
By the summer of 1959, the leaders knew the Great Leap Forward was going badly wrong.
Mao decided to go back to Shaoshan, his hometown, to have a look. He wanted to find out the truth. He wanted people to speak freely. I think that when he was in Shaoshan, he found that there really were problems in the Great Leap Forward.
After his trip, Mao decided to moderate production targets. In July 1959, the party met at the mountain resort of Lushan to set new, realistic goals. Minister of Defense Peng Dehuai, the hero of the Korean War, was one of Mao's oldest revolutionary comrades.
For my generation of officials, Peng Dehuai was a very down-to-earth peasant and an excellent combat general. He hated fraud and hypocrisy. He said what was on his mind. Back in the early days, if he needed to talk to Mao and saw that Mao was still in bed, he would go and pull off his quilt, saying, "Get up, let's talk." He said, but now it's very difficult to have that kind of relationship. He is the chairman. It's so hard to see him, let alone discuss things with him.
Peng wrote to Mao describing what he saw as the problems of the Great Leap Forward. What Peng intended as loyal criticism, Mao saw as political treachery.
When Mao Zedong started the meeting, he said he had not slept all night. He couldn't sleep, even after he took his sleeping pills. He just got up and called this meeting. He was very serious. You could see that at times he was very angry. He said, "It's all right for you to oppose me. When I have no alternative, I'll just take the Liberation Army, go up to the mountains, and carry out guerrilla warfare." Finally, the resolution was that Peng Dehuai was against the Communist Party. When Mao left the room, I was following him. Peng was in front of us. Mao called him. "Marshal Peng, if there are any questions, we can talk." Peng swung his arm and said, "What's there to talk about? There's nothing more to say."
Zhou Enlai and Liu Shaoqi agreed with Peng, but even they did not dare speak out.
Nobody had the courage to oppose Mao Zedong. He was considered absolutely correct. He stood high and looked far. People thought they were not up to Mao's level. Even if someone wanted to make a comment, he would not dare say anything or reveal his own feelings.
As a result, production goals were not cut. Officials continued to demand more grain than the peasants could give. The Great Leap Forward continued through 1960. Millions of peasants were starving.
Old peasants said in a fury, "No, grain comes from the blood and sweat of peasants. It doesn't grow on the backs of intellectuals. Who do they think they're fooling?" In wartime, we protected them and saved their lives. Now we provide them with food and clothing. They have full stomachs, and still they come to cheat us. Don't they have a conscience?
My aunt's family was a typical big family in the countryside, with several generations living together. There were 36 people altogether. During the 3 years of famine, one died after another. Eventually, only 3 people were left alive. At first, when someone died, they would take the body and bury it. Later, they didn't have the strength to take the bodies out. They could only look at them. They watched the bodies being eaten by rats and their eyeballs dug out. People didn't even have the strength to chase the rats away.
The famine was very severe and widespread, but newspapers did not report it at all. People only knew that their local area was suffering. To keep the news from spreading, peasants were not allowed to leave their areas, even to beg.
At first, peasants ate everything they had at home. Then they ate Genyan earth. It's a kind of white clay. There's a legend in the village, passed down from generation to generation. It says that this clay was provided by Old Mother Genyan, who sympathized with the poor people. People would eat it during the famine because it was very fine. But still, it was hard to swallow. At first, the peasants could swallow a little. But after 4 or 5 days, it destroyed their intestines, and they died. After eating all the grass roots and tree bark, they ate the earth.
The famine lasted 3 years. An estimated 30 million people died. Mao's revolution, fought to give the Chinese people a better life, had helped create the largest famine in history. In 1961, Peng Dehuai, a lone voice, wrote, "Grain scattered across the ground. Potato leaves withered. Strong young people have gone to make steel. Only children and old women reap the crops. How will they eat next year? Please, think of the people."
A campaign called Remember the Bitter Past and Think of the Sweet Present was launched. The peasants were told, "Chairman Mao and the party want you to talk about your suffering before 1949, so that young people will realize what a happy life they have now, and how they owe all this to the party and Chairman Mao." The peasants started to talk about the bitter past. Then they forgot that they were supposed to be talking about the old society before 1949. They got carried away and talked about the famine of the last 3 years. They cried and cried. The officials were scared to death. It was as if the peasants were blaming the Communist Party and Chairman Mao. They said, "Grandma Zhang, Grandpa, you can't talk like this." The peasant said, "Why not? So many in our families died. Never, ever have we had such a terrible time."
In China, between 1959 and 1961, an estimated 30 million people died of hunger. Officially, the communist government blamed the catastrophe on floods and drought. But in party meetings, they admitted that the famine was largely created by their own policies. Their efforts to rebuild the country would spark a struggle inside the party. A struggle that would engulf the Chinese people in chaos and terror. Mao Zedong was the head of the Communist Party, the man who had instigated the disastrous policies of the Great Leap Forward. But no one would ever dare hold him responsible. Mao's reputation remained untarnished. During this time, Mao had chosen to withdraw from day-to-day government. Liu Shaoqi took over.
Although people respected Liu Shaoqi, and he had great authority, he could not compare with Mao. I remember after Mao resigned as head of state, the People's Congress elected Liu Shaoqi to succeed him. We had parades to celebrate. But people shouted, "Long live Chairman Mao." Not a single person shouted, "Long live Chairman Liu."
Liu was a veteran revolutionary and one of the most conscientious and talented in the party. He worked with Zhou Enlai and Deng Xiaoping to rebuild the country. They had to do it without foreign help. China's communist government had long viewed America as its principal enemy. Now, as U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War escalated, so did anti-American rhetoric. Relations with the Soviet Union were no better. In the 1950s, Soviet experts had helped build Chinese industry. But by the end of the decade, disagreements between Mao and Nikita Khrushchev reached breaking point. Soviet experts shredded their blueprints and returned home. Now, Liu shifted economic focus from developing heavy industry to making consumer goods. He relaxed controls on the peasants. They remained in communes, but they were allowed to make money farming on the side. China's recovery was fast. People who had worked day and night were given time off. The early 1960s were quiet years for Mao. He studied political economy. He read the Chinese classics of warfare and romance.
Later, there were more dance parties. Before, they were once a week on Saturday. Then they were increased to twice a week on Wednesday and Saturday. There was another big change. Another room was set up by the ballroom. Sometimes, during the party, Mao took young girls into this room to rest with him. He would rest for an hour or so. I think Mao got great pleasure from these parties.
By 1963, Mao had tired of political seclusion. At 70, he still dreamed of realizing a communist utopia. He began to plan the final and most revolutionary act of his political career. Minister of Defense Lin Biao became his strongest ally. In 1964, Lin published a pocket-sized book called Quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong. First, it was distributed throughout the army, then in work units and schools across the country.
We were educated to love the party, our country, and our leader. Even if we didn't understand his words, we deeply believed that he was always right. As long as we did what Mao said, we were doing the right thing.
My teachers taught me that Chairman Mao was the great savior of China, and he brought liberation to China. This idea was stamped in my mind and ran through my blood.
The cult of Mao soon elevated him to the stature of a living god, all-powerful but remote. For Mao rarely appeared in public. His speeches were not broadcast. Most Chinese had never heard his voice. Liu, Deng, and Zhou did not oppose the cult. Mao personified the revolution. To attack him would undermine their own legitimacy. Instead, they quietly ignored his radical ideas. Their programs of careful economic growth were working. By 1966, China was increasingly prosperous and the world's fifth nuclear power. But Mao was more and more dissatisfied. He did not control party policy, and he felt that Liu Shaoqi and the other leaders were betraying the revolution.
Mao disagreed with people like Liu Shaoqi on building the economy. Zhou Enlai and Liu wanted to curb radical policies. Mao wasn't happy. Mao thought that curbing radicalism was wrong.
For Mao, communism could be achieved only through radical means, through continuing revolution, a never-ending process of struggle and change. He decided that the Communist Party itself, the party he had led for more than 30 years, was the main obstacle to his vision of revolution. In May 1966, Mao began an attack on the party. Through the columns of China's main newspaper, he called on young people to attack party officials and replace them with true revolutionaries. Mao Zedong had unleashed the great proletarian cultural revolution.
For the first time since 1949, our supreme leader, Chairman Mao, a godlike figure, called on people at the very bottom of society. People like us students with no work and no profession. He told us to rebel against party officials. This had a tremendous impact on us.
It was said there were people who were against Chairman Mao. We felt it was time for us to give our blood and our lives to protect Chairman Mao.
Young people took to the streets. They wrote wall posters attacking their teachers and party officials. Within days, schools and universities were in turmoil. Having launched the Cultural Revolution, Mao left Beijing. Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping were left to manage the growing disorder. They asked Mao for instructions, but he gave them none. On July 16, 1966, Mao staged a huge media event, swimming in the Yangtze River. It was a signal to the nation that Mao, aged 73, was vigorous and in command. Two days later, he returned to the capital.
A meeting was held in the Great Hall of the People with students from Beijing University and other colleges. At the meeting, Liu Shaoqi, Deng Xiaoping, and Zhou Enlai were sitting on the stage.
Unknown to the participants, Mao was listening backstage. Dr. Li sat next to him.
Liu Shaoqi described how the Cultural Revolution started. He said, "We veteran revolutionaries have encountered new problems, and we don't know how to deal with them." Mao immediately said, "I hear you. What veteran revolutionaries? You're an old counter-revolutionary." My heart sank. It was already very clear that in Mao's eyes, Liu Shaoqi was no longer the head of state, no longer a communist. He was an old counter-revolutionary. Mao had already condemned him. I knew Liu Shaoqi would have no way out. No way out.
Within weeks, Mao reordered the party hierarchy. Deng Xiaoping was demoted to number 6. Liu Shaoqi even lower to number 8. Lin Biao replaced him.
Chairman Mao says, Marxism consists of thousands of truths, but they all boil down to one phrase. It's right to rebel.
Students banded together to carry out Mao's orders. They called themselves Red Guards. On August 18, 1966, Mao began a series of public appearances, greeting millions of young people in Tiananmen Square. Donning the armband of the Red Guards, Mao gave them his blessing.
We saw Mao wave to us. He said something, but we couldn't hear clearly. Later we learned that he said we should carry on the Cultural Revolution to the end. We felt it was the greatest honor of our lives to see Mao in person.
With Mao's approval, the Red Guards traveled for free around the country to gain revolutionary experience. In September 1966, schools did not open for the academic year.
This was the first chance we had to break away from our parents, to do whatever we wanted.
The first morning we were in high spirits. We sang revolutionary songs as we walked. We walked the whole day. The second day we had blisters on our feet and we were exhausted. Army trucks often passed us on the way. The Liberation Army men would say, "Chairman Mao's Red Guards, where are you going?" We answered, "We're going to Beijing to see Chairman Mao and to get revolutionary experience." Then they would say, "Good, our truck is empty, we'll give you a lift." We would answer, "Thank you, Liberation Army men, we want to walk to Beijing. We'll spread Mao Zedong thought and get revolutionary experience on the way." The 13 of us walked and walked for many days.
On October 1st, 1966, National Day, the rallies with Mao reached their most extravagant level.
Long live our great leader, Chairman Mao.
Lin Biao, now called Mao's closest comrade in arms, led the ceremony. Mao encouraged the Red Guards to attack Western influences and to destroy the four olds: old ideas, old culture, old customs, old habits. Without this destruction, he said, socialism cannot be achieved. The Red Guards tore down street signs and put up new revolutionary names. They ransacked museums, libraries, and temples. They searched and looted people's homes.
At first they took my books, together with a bookcase. The second time they searched for money. Or things that would get me in trouble. Later they took the sewing machine and sofa, even the desk. The There was no reason for it. My children were scared to death, shaking with fear.
Groups of Red Guards roamed the countryside, urging peasants to attack local officials. They came to Wugong in November 1966. Some villagers seized the chance to take revenge against officials who for years had given the best grain to the state.
They criticized old Shu. They said, "You old woman, you sifted and selected until there wasn't a single husk in the grain. You delivered such good grain to the state. You didn't want to leave any for us to eat, did you?" Several people went up to the platform and put a tall paper hat, it was at least this tall, on old Shu's head. They held her by the scruff of the neck and paraded her through the streets.
The violence soon turned against traditional targets of class struggle, like the former landlord's son, Li Maoshou.
I was tied up, hung up, and beaten up. One afternoon, I passed out 4 times. I stopped breathing. Later, they didn't even have to hit me. My breathing would stop when they hung me up. That's how bad it got. In China, fathers and sons traditionally have close ties. But now you had to end your relationship. It was really sad, but you just had to do it. After my son was struggled against for the first time, I claimed that our relationship had been broken off. Awful things would have happened to him if I hadn't done that.
Throughout China, party officials, intellectuals, people with foreign connections, former businessmen, millions were paraded and beaten in public. It is estimated that at least 400,000 people were killed.
We called him Secretary Zhang. He was the secretary at the state farm where my mother had worked. We all knew him when we were children. Once he dragged me by the ear for hundreds of yards. The side of my head got all swollen. He treated his subordinates very badly. When the Cultural Revolution came, the Red Guards and workers dragged him out to struggle with. He was not treated nicely because he'd been so mean to people. He was forced to kneel on the ground, on sand, broken stones, and glass for more than 2 hours. He knelt with a heavy board hanging from his neck. It had his name written on it, with red crosses through it. That's how someone who was going to be shot was treated. The board was hanging on a very thin wire, so after 2 hours, blood oozed out on the wire and dripped down. He was over 50, or close to 60, and he was struggled against many, many times because people really hated him. Soon he died.
The people we beat up were all hooligans and loose women whose names were given to us by the workers. I put them on a truck and told them to kneel down. I whipped them with a leather belt. There were men and women. Most were women. We beat them hard. I had a kind of animal instinct. I used to enjoy beating people.
I didn't know most of the people who were struggled against. When we heard different views, we wondered, if you sympathized with the party official, did it mean you were too simplistic? Did it mean you lacked political consciousness and couldn't see his evil capitalist roader nature? Whenever a question came up, our first reaction was not to believe the official might be innocent, but that we were too naive and too inexperienced.
I didn't think about it much. Chairman Mao called on us to be involved with affairs of state, to be active in making revolution. We felt this was revolution. Chairman Mao had said, a revolution is an insurrection, an act of violence by which one class overthrows another. It's not a dinner party. We had to be rough and harsh and wild.
In my class, there was a student whose grandfather had owned a big fabric store, so he was a capitalist. I heard that everyone was to go to their house to criticize him. I got there late, and by the time I arrived, the capitalist had been beaten to death. I remember that his head was all swollen and dark and bruised. I didn't look for long, and then we all left. But later I learned that this capitalist was killed after my classmates got there. Other students and probably Red Guards from the neighborhood also got involved. All those people beat him to death, including his own granddaughter, my classmate. I didn't think much about it then because this kind of thing happened a lot. But years later, I thought about it many times and I wanted to find an answer. The question was very difficult. It was, if I had not arrived late, what would I have done? Would I have beaten him? He was a capitalist, but at the same time he was a man, an old man. I have never been able to answer this question.
By 1967, the Radical Cultural Revolution Group dominated the government. Members included Lin Biao and Mao's wife, Jiang Qing. She often appeared as Mao's spokesperson and had gained great power. Her calls for violent struggle were immediately obeyed by millions of Red Guards. Moderate leaders, repulsed by the fanaticism, felt closer to Zhou Enlai. Zhou's role in the Cultural Revolution is ambiguous. He tried to moderate events, but in the end he always sided with Mao. He tried to protect people, but his power had limits. Many close to him would soon be brutally attacked.
People from the Cultural Revolution Group told us to drag out Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping and overthrow them. Crowds of people filled the street. Loudspeakers were blasting towards Zhongnan High, demanding that Liu be handed over to be struggled against. It was very revolutionary, very fashionable to drag him out.
Zhou tried to send the students away. He warned Liu and his wife, Wang Guangmei, to stay inside the leader's compound at Zhongnan High. In April 1967, Red Guards tricked Wang into leaving, saying one of her daughters had had an accident. They dragged her in front of this crowd. They dressed her as a whore and repeatedly humiliated her. Later, Wang Guangmei was jailed. She spent 12 years in solitary confinement. Deng Xiaoping was struggled against and exiled to a remote village. Liu Shaoqi was attacked and beaten. He was kept under house arrest for 2 years. Then, weakened by torture and cancer, no longer able to eat, speak, or use his hands, he was wrapped in a sheet and flown to this remote prison. Weeks later, Liu Shaoqi, China's head of state for 10 years, died, naked and alone. In 1967, the Cultural Revolution entered a new stage, factional warfare. The Red Guards had never been a unified movement. At first, only students with good communist backgrounds were admitted. The millions of young people left out formed their own groups and called themselves rebels.
We organized our own Red Guards. We called ourselves the Red Guards of Mao Zedong's thought. We were part of the rebels. We made armbands the same as the others. You say you're defending Chairman Mao? Okay, so am I. You're making revolution? So am I.
At first, the rebels and Red Guards clashed over ideology. Then they fought for local power. Soon, millions of workers and soldiers joined the conflicts. In Shanghai, the rebel group, led by colleagues of Mao's wife, Jiang Qing, overthrew the local party committee. Mao immediately supported the rebels. Now that the revolutionary forces in Shanghai have risen up, he declared, there is hope for China. Across the country, rebel groups responded by trying to seize power from local party authorities.
Each faction had its own weapons. They robbed military arsenals, and army units supported one faction or another. They gave their side weapons. I really wanted to have a gun.
Before and after every action, we used Mao's songs and quotations to encourage ourselves. Be resolute, be daring, overcome all obstacles, and be victorious.
They weren't just small fights. It was real war. There were ex-servicemen on both sides. They'd fought in many wars. Both sides had expert marksmen and soldiers who could drive tanks and use artillery. Several people died in each battle.
In Beijing, embassies were attacked. Rebel factions occupied the foreign ministry for 2 weeks. The violence Mao had unleashed had spiraled beyond even his control. He described the summer of 1967 as utter chaos and all-out civil war. Again and again, Zhou Enlai, on Mao's behalf, ordered the different factions to stop fighting, but they did not. Finally, in July 1968, Mao turned on the Red Guards and rebels, personally ordering them to disband. This time they obeyed, as soldiers took over schools and colleges and terrorized the students into submission.
A few people called the dictatorship team came in. The person who was declared a criminal was dragged out of his seat. Then 2 from the dictatorship team would hit the person's legs with their rods so that he would kneel. Then they'd handcuff you and announce your crimes. They shoved your head down. The rest of the audience would shout slogans, and you were dragged away. It was scary. You never knew who would be next.
By the end of 1968, rigid conformity and repression ruled people's lives as never before. The army, under Lin Biao, pushed the cult of Mao to new heights. People had to report all their thoughts to Mao twice a day. Twice a day, wherever they were, they danced the loyalty dance.
I was a little disgusted with the cult of Mao, and I said a few things. Lin Biao had said every sentence Chairman Mao said was the truth. I said nobody can say everything that is the truth. So I was labeled a reactionary student. At school, they held several criticism meetings against me. What was most unbearable, and even today still makes me uncomfortable, was that none of my friends would speak to me. I became totally isolated.
We heard older people talk about Jiang Qing and knew they really looked down on her. So we made up jokes. And we said the chaos of the Cultural Revolution was due to Jiang Qing, and Mao should divorce her. Jiang Qing's group heard about what we said.
For his casual remarks, Zhang Longlong spent the next 10 years in jail. At the end of 1968, Mao started a campaign to have city youth, former Red Guards and rebels, re-educated by the peasants. Millions of families were wrenched apart as young people were sent to spend years in China's most remote regions. But for some, it was a chance to start anew.
After we got onto the tractor, one of the students asked me something. I remember that as soon as she opened her mouth, I cried because it had been a very, very long time since anyone had spoken to me. Later, I told them I was not like them. I was someone who was wrong, who was guilty. But they were especially nice to me. We stayed together for 5 years. Even now, they are my best friends.
April 1969. Most delegates at the Congress were radicals who had risen to power through the Cultural Revolution. Many moderate officials were still under attack and in prison. Lin Biao, long seen as Mao's heir apparent, was officially appointed his successor. Lin's keynote speech signaled a new government preoccupation with foreign relations. He denounced both the Soviet Union and the United States as imperialists and enemies. Just weeks before, Fighting had broken out on the border between China and the Soviet Union. Mao and Zhou Enlai now saw the Soviet Union as a greater threat than their traditional enemy, America. They sent signals to the U.S. that they would like to begin talks. Lin Biao opposed the overtures to America. He is alleged to have plotted a coup against Mao. In September 1971, when the plot was discovered, Lin reportedly tried to escape. But his plane crashed over Mongolia.
The death of Lin Biao was a great shock to everyone. Before his death, the entire propaganda machine treated him as the heir to Mao Zedong. He had very high stature, second only to Mao. People treated him as a revolutionary saint. Now, suddenly, he was a traitor, a very bad person.
After Lin Biao died, we stopped the daily rituals praising Mao and Lin. The fanaticism faded. It was as if we had all been in a dream.
For the first time, people began to question Mao's infallibility.
Did Mao trust the wrong person? If Mao had trusted Zhou Enlai instead of Lin Biao, would that have been better? There was a vague feeling that Mao had made a mistake. But of course, no one dared talk about it.
After the Lin Biao incident, Mao looked calm on the surface. But from a doctor's point of view, I knew that his health was greatly affected. Sometimes I tried to persuade him to take medicine for his pneumonia and heart disease. He would take some and then refuse. One day, at the beginning of February, he asked me, "Do you know that Nixon is coming?" I answered, "Yes, I do." He said, "Can you get me well before Nixon comes?" I said, "Yes, I can, but you'll have to cooperate." He said, "All right, you can start now."
In February 1972, after months of secret negotiations, President Richard Nixon arrived in Beijing to begin a new relationship with China.
Nixon saw two major advantages to this improved relationship with China. First, I think Nixon always saw the relationship on its own merits. The other involved the major Soviet role in Southeast Asia. Hanoi was a proxy of the Soviet Union. Now, I think Nixon recognized that a great restraint on Moscow would be the result of an improved relationship between Beijing and the United States.
I remember that Mao said to Nixon, "After our two countries resume diplomatic relations, we will still have to curse you a little in our newspapers, calling you American imperialists. You can also curse us a bit. This is just for show, firing a few empty shots. It'll be easier for ordinary people to accept. If we suddenly say that the American imperialists are no longer imperialists and they've become friends of China, people will find it hard to accept."
We expected and frequently received diatribes for public consumption, both in the press and in the diplomacy itself. The careful issue was not to be carried away by this and overly offended by it as we attempted to achieve a greater outcome.
The outcome was an historic agreement called the Shanghai Communique.
The joint communique which we have issued today will make headlines around the world tomorrow.
这个公报啊，将是明天全世界的头号新闻。
But what we have said in that communique is not nearly as important as what we will do in the years ahead to build a bridge across 16,000 miles and 22 years of hostility which have divided us in the past.
Issues like America's role in Vietnam and U.S. relations with Taiwan could not be resolved. In those cases, both sides stated their positions and agreed to move ahead. Nixon's visit signaled China's opening to the world. Gradually, China would become an active player in world politics. As the country began to emerge from the worst terror of the Cultural Revolution, Mao turned his attention to China's peasants. Small rural factories were set up to make farm tools and process local crops. Thousands of paramedics or barefoot doctors brought free, basic health care to remote villages. Working with Zhou Enlai, Mao began to rehabilitate party members who had been attacked. Many, like Deng Xiaoping, returned to their posts. By 1974, Mao appeared in public only to receive foreign dignitaries. When his eyesight deteriorated, he requested someone to read Chinese literature to him.
I was hurried into the room where I saw Chairman Mao Zedong. He was sitting on a sofa. I was shocked. I had expected him to be in glowing health, our red sun. But the Chairman Mao I saw was pale and haggard. And he had become very thin. I thought, I have so many things to tell you. I've dreamed about you and hoped to pour out all my suffering to you. How could you be like this? So I cried. I must have looked ridiculous. With this old man in front of me. The grandeur and brilliance of the Mao I had imagined totally disappeared.
The question of who would succeed Mao dominated Beijing politics. Mao, now 81 years old, played one faction off against the other. Jiang Qing's group, later reviled as the Gang of Four, wanted to continue the Cultural Revolution. They viewed Zhou Enlai as their main rival, and they orchestrated a campaign against him, with Mao's approval.
It really shook me. I didn't expect such a situation in the party. I had great respect and reverence for Mao Zedong. I respected him greatly. As for Zhou Enlai, I loved him very much. Like many people, I loved him very much. But now I realized that the two leaders had very different opinions. I thought, oh Lord, whom should I follow? I, a party member. It was a dilemma for me.
Although Zhou suffered from the campaign, he kept his position. Many believe Mao saved him to run the country. By 1974, however, Zhou was ill with cancer. When he made a rare appearance at a dinner, the guests were overjoyed at his apparent recovery. But Zhou's health was fast deteriorating. Zhou Enlai died on January 8, 1976. Mao was too ill to attend the funeral. That spring, at the annual festival honoring the dead, thousands of people went to Tiananmen Square. They laid wreaths, flowers, and poems in honor of Zhou. The tribute quickly turned into a demonstration against the Gang of Four, and indirectly, against Mao himself.
For the first time, I felt that there in Tiananmen Square I could be free. Everyone felt the same. At last, I found freedom there.
During the night, police removed the tributes. The next day, 100,000 people returned. The crowd was ordered to leave. Many refused.
It never occurred to me they would use lethal force. It seemed that communists would never do that because Mao had said those who put down a mass movement come to no good, and this was a mass movement.
Jiang Qing was in the Great Hall of the People, watching the events in Tiananmen. About 11 that night, Jiang Qing came. She hurried into Mao's room. After she came out, I heard her say, "We've won, we've won. Chairman Mao has agreed that it is a counter-revolutionary riot. We should celebrate."
That night, militia were sent to Tiananmen Square to put down the demonstrations. The number of casualties and arrests is not known. In July, the worst earthquake in history devastated the city of Tangshan. At least 400,000 people were injured or killed. According to Chinese superstition, a disaster of this magnitude portends a change of dynasty. It came 2 months later on September 9th, 1976.
I went over to Mao's bed. He saw me and said, "Dr. Li, do you think there's any hope for me?"
Dr. Li, 你看我还有希望吗?
I knew very well that there was no hope at all, but I couldn't say that to a patient. I said, "There's hope. We're still trying." He looked very bad before I spoke. After, it seemed his face got a little color. I felt his pulse, which seemed a little better too. Suddenly, I felt that there was no more strength in his hand. His hand dropped. I saw his eyes were closed. Then I looked at the electrocardiogram. The waves had become a straight line. In other words, his heart had stopped. All was finished.
We thought at once, who could hold up the sky now? China was such a big country. Who could hold it up after Mao died? What will happen to us?
I always thought Mao Zedong was a great hero of the Chinese nation. But I also thought that he was a tragic hero. So many absurd things had happened, and everyone was struggling in a whirlpool of absurdity. That was something perhaps he could not understand. He thought he was doing good all the time.
Mao showed us a very rare case in which cruelty, selfishness, hypocrisy, and shamelessness were all found in the same person. Although he always tried to cover his actions with the most beautiful words, I don't think he ever had any moral principles. Never, ever will I forgive Mao for the crimes he committed against the Chinese nation.
I didn't really feel anything special or feel sad. But I still think he was a great leader that the Chinese people should feel proud of, and that the Chinese Revolution should feel proud of.
China's new leader, the unknown Hua Guofeng, led the funeral ceremony.
If you showed any sign of joy, people would think you were gloating. You could not show deep grief either, because you would be suspected if you did. We put on expressionless faces like pieces of wood. We knew an era, the era of Mao Zedong, was gone, but we didn't know what was ahead of us.
In 1976, when Mao died, China was a poor country, largely isolated from the rest of the world. A quarter century of communism had failed to bring prosperity to the Chinese people. Mao's vision of the path to communism had been one of continual revolution. He had interrupted periods of growth and calm with one turbulent political campaign after another. In the last decade of his rule, he had launched the Cultural Revolution and brought China to disaster. Mao's most fanatic supporters, millions of teenage Red Guards, followed his orders to attack their teachers, intellectuals, Communist Party officials, even their own families. Few escaped the violence.
To educate the masses, people who were going to be executed were put on public display and tortured. It felt like a ritual sacrifice. You were the goat put on the altar. I was the main target, and my father and brother were brought to watch. I could hear people shouting, "Shoot him." The pain from seeing my father below was deeper than any physical pain I suffered.
During this period, Mao's wife, Jiang Qing, and 3 of her colleagues, later called the Gang of Four, gained great power. They pushed the Cultural Revolution to its most brutal extremes. When Mao saw that China was on the brink of civil war, he turned on the Red Guards. He ordered them to leave their homes in the cities and move to the countryside. to be educated by the peasants. These young people became known as sent-down youth.
Many people were shocked after they got to northern Anhui and saw what it was like. There was nothing there except a few grass huts. The people ate sorghum that was hard as iron. It was awful. We really didn't want to be assigned there for the rest of our lives.
Once a brigade official said to me, "Both you and your sister are staying here. Stop dreaming about leaving the countryside." I couldn't sleep the whole night after hearing him. I cried and cried as if I had gone mad.
Millions of young people lost years of education and family life laboring in the countryside. By the time of Mao's death, many were relieved.
His policies had brought so much suffering and catastrophe to China. So I thought that Mao's time was finally over, and it was high time.
The unknown Hua Guofeng was Mao's official successor, but his position was far from secure. Mao's widow, Jiang Qing, together with her allies, posed the most immediate threat to his power. Less than a month after Mao's death, in a move that thrilled the country, Hua Guofeng arrested the Gang of Four.
People hated them very much. It was only because they had Mao's favor and protection that they reached such high positions. After Mao's death, they lost power. There is a saying in Chinese, when the big tree falls down, all the monkeys run away.
People went to buy crabs. They bought one female crab, which symbolized Jiang Qing, and 3 male ones, which symbolized the rest of the Gang of Four. Everyone was joking around like that. Every family went to the store and bought 4 crabs, which they tied up and held on a string. They would wave the crabs at friends to say hello. And then they took the crabs home and cooked them.
We Chinese called this our second liberation. Everyone was really happy about it.
With his immediate rivals disposed of, Hua Guofeng worked to strengthen his position.
I saw Hua Guofeng several times at meetings. The impression he gave me was that he was doing his best to imitate Mao Zedong, like the way he walked and the way he talked.
Hua had an historic opportunity, but unfortunately he didn't seize it. Soon after he arrested the Gang of Four in October, I was informed of his instructions that every word by Mao must be followed.
It was the same old way of talking. I saw an editorial in the Beijing Daily, which had a line that really amazed me. We must obey Chairman Hua the way we did Chairman Mao. And we must love Chairman Hua the way we love Chairman Mao. I was so shocked that I started shouting, "How can they write stuff like this?" A colleague poked me with his pen and said, "Stop." Chairman Hua himself approved this editorial. I never had much hope for him after that.
Hua Guofeng soon faced another powerful rival, the tough, resilient Deng Xiaoping. At 72 years old, Deng was a veteran revolutionary, one who put economic prosperity before socialist purity. For this, he had twice been purged by Mao.
Of course, he believed in socialism, but he didn't think socialism was dogma. He had a famous saying, "It doesn't matter if the cat is black or white," he said, "as long as it catches mice." He encouraged everyone to concentrate on results, to see if what they were doing was good for the country.
Deng was a pragmatist, but he also believed in the absolute authority of the Communist Party. Without it, he thought, China would splinter apart and slip into chaos. Deng appeared in public for the first time since Mao's death in July 1977 at a soccer match in Beijing. The venue was symbolic. In this stadium, the Gang of Four had led thousands in rallies against him during the Cultural Revolution. Deng moved skillfully to consolidate his power. His first step was to mobilize the party to exonerate the millions of people like himself who had been attacked during the Cultural Revolution. Ge Yang had spent 22 years in exile and labor camps.
When I returned to Beijing, they told us the charges had been made in error. My God, for those 22 years I was a rightist and a counter-revolutionary, and it was all a mistake. Those 22 years were really hard, but I started a new life.
The problem was whether you could cooperate with the people who had attacked you. We returned to our old jobs with the same old people. Society had to go on. We could still work for many years. So I agreed to take back my old job. I had no choice.
Throughout China, the scars of Mao's rule ran deep. The children of his revolution, especially the sent-down youth, were a generation unlike any other. Shaped by the traumas of the Cultural Revolution and their years in the countryside, they began to return home.
My friends and I did not know what to believe. Even if we could come back to Beijing, and in fact I was transferred to Beijing in 1979 after 2 years of great efforts. But even if we could return and find jobs, we still felt we had been wronged, that something had been taken away from us.
When I came to Beijing, I felt that the city was full of profound changes. Everyone felt that something historically significant was going to happen. Quite a few salons sprang up, where people talked about politics. Everyone was having big debates about where the country was going.
In the autumn of 1978, the debate spilled onto the street. to an area in western Beijing which became known as Democracy Wall. People came and pasted up writings, articles, and poems. They wanted to express their anger and sorrow about the Cultural Revolution, and to understand how such a catastrophe could have engulfed the country.
I examined the Cultural Revolution and criticized Mao Zedong directly. This was not party line. I said that Mao did not launch the Cultural Revolution because he made a mistake, but because he was an evil man. I think it was the first time anybody had ever said anything like that about Mao. My speech caused quite a stir.
On November 27, 1978, the People's Daily reported that Deng supported the movement. "We have no intention of denying the right of the people to express their views by putting up wall posters," he was quoted. Deng's words fueled the movement. One of the most outspoken activists was a young electrician and son of a party official, Wei Jingsheng. "The leaders of our nation must be informed that we want to take our destiny into our own hands," he wrote boldly. "Democracy, freedom, and happiness are the only goals of modernization." It was in this heady atmosphere that the Chinese Communist Party met in December 1978. Behind the ritual facade, Deng Xiaoping ousted Hua Guofeng.
It was at the third meeting of the Congress that Deng established his political power. Although he was still a vice chairman, his voice became the party's voice, and his policies were accepted by the whole party.
Deng Xiaoping was now the most powerful man in China. In 1978, the Chinese people lived in almost total isolation from the outside world. For nearly 3 decades under Mao, international relations, especially with America, had been cold and often hostile. Now, China and the U.S. were eager to move forward. At the end of 1978, Americans partied with their Chinese colleagues in a relaxed atmosphere not seen for decades. Under Deng Xiaoping, negotiations for full diplomatic relations were swift. On January 1st, 1979, Ambassador Leonard Woodcock welcomed Deng to the American embassy to celebrate the new relationship.
This had been a long desire on the part of the Chinese to affect normal relations with the United States, so that Deng Xiaoping had made this a major item of his program. He was extremely happy. All the Chinese were.
At the end of January, Deng Xiaoping made an official visit to America.
我们将同美国政府领导人和国家朋友共同探讨发展两国在政治、经济、科技、文化各个领域的交流和合作问题。
Deng was the first Chinese leader ever to visit the U.S.
One of the places he wanted to go was the Space Center in Houston.
Welcome to the training facilities of the astronauts.
Because he has a very curious mind, and And he was most anxious to see all he could see. And then they asked him if he'd like to get in the simulator where he'd manipulate the controls. It was though he, in fact, was in a spaceship bringing it in to a landing.
200 feet. 100 feet. And the gear are now coming down.
And he was so fascinated by that. They had trouble getting him out, and he just wouldn't move because he was so fascinated with it.
40 feet. 20 feet, Fred.
Deng Xiaoping knew how to live. Deng loved these activities and was happy to go to them. He had a sense of humor. For example, when we went to the rodeo in Texas, everyone was given a hat. Deng got a kick out of wearing it.
Before he made the trip, the Chinese apparently had an inquiry from our State Department, what kind of food should he be served? And the answer that they got was a cautious diplomatic bland food. So the State Department made a decision, there's no blander food than veal. So at the state dinner, he got veal. At every dinner he went to, he got veal. When we got to Atlanta, and Governor Busby, then the governor of Georgia, said to him, "Is there anything about the United States that particularly impresses you, Mr. Vice Premier?" He growled, "Yes, veal at every meal."
Throughout his trip, Deng discussed his ambitious plans to modernize China and make it part of the world economy. One senior American official said everyone who met Deng was amazed at the boldness and sweep of his vision. But Deng's vision did not include political tolerance. By the time he returned to China in February, the Democracy Wall movement had spread to other cities. Posters at the wall began to make serious criticisms of the Communist Party. When activist Wei Jingsheng warned that Deng was becoming a dictator, Deng ordered Wei arrested. In a show trial lasting just one day, Wei was accused of counter-revolution. His outspokenness earned him Deng's personal enmity and a harsh sentence of 15 years in prison. Liu Qing was arrested for handing out copies of the transcript of Wei's trial.
They forced us to sit up straight on small stools. Only after hours in the same position were we allowed to stand up and quickly go to the bathroom. For more than 4 years, I was a vegetable. Except for breathing, they restricted me from moving any part of my body. So I decided to go on a hunger strike. On the 6th day, they force-fed me. They strapped me to a chair while more than 10 people held me down. They squeezed my throat so I had to open my mouth to breathe. Then they twisted an iron thing into my mouth. It split the corners of my mouth open. Then they used pincers to pull my tongue forward and forced a tube down my throat. They stuffed liquid food into the tube. Food, water, and blood mixed together and went into my stomach. After I had been through all that, I understood the Communist Party better. I wanted to die before, but after this I felt I must survive to let the world know what had happened.
The posters were torn down and their writers intimidated. The journals which had briefly flourished were shut down. One young poet dared to pin a final tribute on the wall. My friend, parting time is pending. Farewell, democracy wall. What can I say to you? Should I speak of spring's frigidity? Should I say you are like the withered winter sweet? No. I should instead talk of happiness, tomorrow's happiness, of pure orchid skies, of golden flowers, of a child's bright eyes. We ought to part with dignity. Don't you agree? For the vast majority of Chinese, the aspirations of the Democracy Wall activists seemed remote. Most people lived in the countryside and were concerned with more basic needs.
Life was extremely difficult. We had nothing but coarse grain to fill our stomachs, and we barely survived. With a family of 10, you had to work hard. We only had a few cents to live on. I mean, that was really hard.
We had to go to work very early in the morning. We had to work for 2 hours on an empty stomach. We ate less than half a pound of rice a day. The men hoed the land while women pulled up the seedlings for transplanting. Everybody had to work. You wouldn't get anything to eat if you didn't. Life was so miserable.
Peasants led regimented lives in large communes. There was little incentive to work harder. Even in a crisis, most of their harvest had to be given to the government. In 1978, there was a devastating drought in Anhui province in central China. Facing starvation, peasants in one village took a bold step. They stopped communal farming and divided the land among the families. Each household worked with new initiative. For after giving their grain quota to the state, they would keep the surplus crop. The farmers knew that people had done this in the past and gone to jail for it. They promised to look after the families of anyone who got into trouble. And they signed an agreement with their fingertips dipped in blood. The risk was worth taking because that year they ate. Local officials sent a representative to Beijing to ask for permission to continue.
In July 1979, an old man, Guo Chunyi, came to Beijing. First he went to the People's Daily, but nobody dared see him. Then he went to the China News Agency, but still no one dared see him. I heard about him and invited him to my group. When he spoke, he stressed that he was pleading for the peasants. I was very moved.
The household responsibility system caused a great debate inside the party. Some senior leaders thought it would upset the whole communist system, but others firmly supported it. They saw it as the only solution to the poverty in China's countryside.
In a monumental decision, Deng's government decided to allow the household responsibility system. Soon after, they disbanded the communes, the main means of communist organization and control in the countryside. In villages around the country, like Shenjiali, many were confused by this dramatic change.
Was this socialism? Was our country still socialist? Was it capitalism? That's what I wondered.
What I was afraid of was there were not enough laborers in my family. My 3 children didn't know how to farm. I was the only one who worked.
Anyway, it was useless to object. It was the government's policy. It was policy. If folks were against it, it was no use, right? Policy is policy.
Under the new system, village after village produced bumper harvests. For centuries, the Chinese people had lived on the edge, facing one famine after another. Now, the average family had enough to eat.
At that time, there was a popular saying among the peasants, Mao Zedong gave us liberation, and Deng Xiaoping has given us food.
Deng wanted to do more than give people food. He wanted to make China a world economic power, to open the entire country to market forces. Working closely with him were innovative leaders Hu Yaobang and Zhao Ziyang. Hu Yaobang was Deng's second in command. He had impeccable revolutionary credentials. He had been on the Long March with Mao and Deng. Like Deng, he suffered in the Cultural Revolution. Some joked they were close because Hu was the only member of the Central Committee shorter than the 4'10" Deng.
He was, as we say, a young, old official, because he was one of the youngest of the older generation. When he had a discussion, he treated others as equals. You could express different opinions and he wouldn't criticize you. He was a good listener.
Unlike Hu Yaobang, Zhao Ziyang was not a Red Army veteran, nor a Beijing insider. He had spent his career in the provinces, and he understood the economic realities of rural life. In 1980, Deng decided to use his experience and called him to Beijing.
He tried to make you less nervous. He dressed casually, wearing cotton jackets and cotton shoes. Sometimes when he sat on the sofa, he even took off his shoes and put his feet up, like a northern peasant. He did this to make you feel closer to him, so you would tell him what you really thought.
As Zhao and Hu Yaobang worked to reform the economy, they faced opposition from conservative members of the party who believed the reforms threatened communism itself. In private inter-party meetings, Hu Yaobang and Zhao Ziyang argued their case with remarkable frankness.
不管是社会主义国家、各国的党，这个资本主义的国家都会要理人的，不是讲今年的改革这么高和明年的改革这么高，它是要决定我们国家，就是中国这个社会主义经济或者社会主义经济的体制要集中来说一句话呢，就是什么模式我们今天要解决的问题是中国经济、社会主义经济的模式的问题，搞一个纲领性的问题，这个模式的问题。处在第一线的领导人赵紫阳、胡耀邦。
At the top level, Zhao and Hu Yaobang had to report to Deng. Deng thought, this is simple. If there is a political problem, I'll deal with it. What are you guys afraid of? Just go ahead.
They launched a bold new plan of economic development, designed to attract foreign technology and foreign money. Deng Xiaoping authorized 4 special economic zones in the south, carefully placed near the booming economies of Hong Kong and Taiwan. The farming village of Shenzhen was one. The government brought in electricity, built roads, office buildings, and apartment blocks. They approved policies inconceivable under Mao. Foreign companies were welcomed with financial incentives. They were allowed to use capitalist business methods. For Chinese workers, wages in Shenzhen seemed fantastically high. From all over the south, people poured into the zones looking for jobs.
Most people had to wait a year or 2 to get a job, but I got one just a month after I applied. It was hectic to start work right away because I was expecting a baby. But I couldn't miss this opportunity. Many people tried to get to Shenzhen, but not all of them made it here. If you worked full-time, you had a stable income and bonuses were good. Living standards went up. For example, we got a television and then we bought a color one to replace the black and white. We followed the fashions and didn't want to fall behind. So the changes were dramatic.
Economic growth spread throughout southern China. In the early 1980s, most foreign investors were from nearby Hong Kong and Taiwan, where millions of Chinese had fled communist rule. Hong Kong, the booming center of international business, was also one of the last remnants of British colonial rule. At the end of the 19th century, the British had forced the Chinese to lease them most of Hong Kong's territory for 99 years. In the early 1980s, investors began to worry about what would happen when the lease expired in 1997. British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher went to Beijing in 1982 to negotiate with Deng Xiaoping.
The Prime Minister spoke about the treaties, the Treaty of 1842 and the Treaty of 1860, which gave us certain areas of Hong Kong. And this didn't go down too well. Deng said that there could be no question of the Chinese allowing Britain to run the place. The Chinese government couldn't face its own people if that happened. He added that if there was trouble in Hong Kong before 1997, then perhaps the Chinese would have to move in before that. And that provoked very heated exchanges.
I remember during the meeting, one senior official said, "This is Iron Lady meeting Iron Man."
In a way, each one was involuntarily impressed by the other. Deng wasn't accustomed to dealing with someone as tough as Mrs. Thatcher. And she, for her part, was certainly daunted by him, because he was someone from a quite alien political experience. You realize that that was the end of the line. When Deng had spoken, that was it. There was no appeal. He exuded authority.
For months, in discussions fraught with profound cultural differences, the English and Chinese negotiated.
It won't do anyone any good if this very flourishing Hong Kong that has been built up is destroyed. It's in China's interest to keep it. It's in investors' interest the world over to keep it. Above all, it's in the interest of the people of Hong Kong to keep it.
Finally, Deng Xiaoping proposed the idea of one country, two systems, and broke the impasse. China would recover Hong Kong, but the territory would keep its capitalist economic system. In 1984, Mrs. Thatcher returned to Beijing to sign the joint declaration, the agreement which would return Hong Kong to China in 1997.
The champagne glasses clinked and the cameras rolled and many nice things were said. And they reflected a mood of goodwill, genuine goodwill. The Chinese, I'm sure, felt great pride in having ensured the recovery of this bit of national territory. And Deng particularly would feel it because he was doing something that even Mao couldn't do or didn't do.
For the Chinese, Deng's recovery of Hong Kong erased the last humiliating legacy of 19th century colonialism. And it signaled China's growing power as a major player on the world stage. Conservatives in the party responded to Deng's successes with mixed feelings. The money-oriented lifestyles of Hong Kong and the special economic zones went against everything their revolution stood for.
Shenzhen really was different from inland areas. The young people there just wanted to get rich. They didn't care at all about the future of the country. Beijing sent people to make speeches about socialist values, but the young people wouldn't listen. They shouted that they wanted to ask questions, and they didn't want to listen to that stuff.
As social controls loosened, people moved around more freely. Smuggling, profiteering, prostitution, and pornography all reappeared. Hardliners blamed the rise in crime on Deng's reforms and decadent foreign influences. In 1983, Deng moved to appease the conservatives' anger. He allowed the first campaign of the post-Mao era, an assault on spiritual pollution.
It came very fast, with a fierce start. This upset and frightened people.
Some schools asked young students to take part in the campaign. Those students ran home to grab their parents' wedding photos, their mother's lipsticks or perfumes, and gave them to their teachers, saying they had spiritual pollution at home.
The focus on appearance was reminiscent of the Cultural Revolution. But now people found the targets absurd.
There were inspections in some army units. One soldier was discovered with a book with a picture of a foreign woman in a very low-cut dress. This picture was confiscated as spiritual pollution. But later, when people looked at it more closely, they realized it was Karl Marx's wife. There were a lot of stories like this.
I think that people in the north took it more seriously than most of us in Guangdong. Maybe that reflects the difference between the north and south. Northerners thought, oh, you people in Guangdong, living near Hong Kong, you've been under foreign influences.
Even though many Chinese did not take the campaign seriously, it frightened foreign investors.
Hu Yaobang and Zhao Ziyang sensed the problem. So they issued a few instructions. For example, the movement was not to be carried out in the countryside, so it wasn't. Then they said there wasn't any spiritual pollution in the economic sphere, so it wasn't carried out there either.
After a few months, the campaign fizzled out. The party redirected the movement to a major crackdown on crimes like smuggling. thousands of criminals were arrested, quickly tried, and executed. In January 1984, Deng personally signaled that economic reform would continue. He traveled to the special economic zones in a highly publicized trip. He made up a joke which revealed how he felt. Karl Marx sits up in heaven and he's very powerful. He sees what we are doing with socialism and he doesn't like it. So he's punished me by making me deaf. Deng was in fact deaf in one ear, but his point was clear. His reforms looked far more capitalist than Marxist. In a move that would transform China's coast, the government opened most of it to foreign investment. And 14 more cities were designated freewheeling special economic zones. Outside the cities, China's peasants were better off than they had ever been. By the mid-1980s, much of rural China was booming. Families farmed on their own. They earned cash selling their surplus produce. In towns throughout China, markets reappeared for the first time in decades.
My youngest brother graduated from junior high. One day during summer vacation, he came home and said, "I'm going to the market to sell vegetables tomorrow." We said, "Are you kidding? How will you do it? Won't you be embarrassed?" When I came home in the evening, I saw my brother coming back. He said, "I made more than $3 today." I couldn't believe he had made so much money.
The entrepreneurial spirit seemed to have caught everyone. Families built up their own private sidelines to earn extra cash. In villages like this one in Anhui, which had faced starvation only 5 years earlier, even party officials became businessmen. They set up small collective factories. They made simple goods, bricks, pots, shoes, and matches, which had been in short supply for decades.
The local government asked me about making lamps, if I had the courage to start a new venture. I said I didn't know anything about this kind of work, but the government told me not to worry. They said that the responsibility would be taken collectively. So I thought, why not? I threw myself into it. At the beginning, we concentrated on small lamps, just for the domestic market, not for export overseas.
The rural factories began to fuel the national economy, with growth rates of more than 20% a year. And they provided jobs for the peasants, allowing them to earn more money than they had ever dreamed. People spent it equipping their houses with televisions, electric fans, and refrigerators, luxuries unthinkable under Mao. With their new prosperity, villagers had leisure time to look beyond their immediate needs. returned to traditional religious practices, long banned under Mao Zedong. They worshipped Buddha as well as local deities. In Shenjiali, villagers prayed to the Old Father God.
We always believed in him. Even during the Cultural Revolution, people secretly believed in him. When Chairman Mao was alive, his horoscope was very powerful and the gods did not dare come out. Then, because Mao died, Buddha and the gods came back.
When I went to the countryside, I really felt a sense of freedom. Under Mao, people had to work in the fields every day. If you wanted to visit relatives or friends, you had to ask for leave. Now they could use their time freely. It was like the end of slavery, the same feeling as if they had been freed from slavery.
In October 1984, the Communist Party celebrated its 35th year in power.
We把新型社会主义现代化建设放在一切工作的首位。我们的经济获得了空前的蓬勃发展，其他工作也都得到了公认的成就。今天，全国人民无不感到兴奋和自豪。
The scene was really moving. I think this was when he was the most popular. His prestige was at its height. Everyone was very happy and wanted him to strengthen his leadership of China.
When the students and faculty of Beijing University marched past, we saw a special banner that said, "Hello, Comrade Xiaoping." It was obvious that they had made it spontaneously, and they were not marching in a very formal way like the others. They were trying to express their affection for Deng Xiaoping. They had great hope in him. They hoped he would lead China on the road to glory and prosperity.
But the hopes of the young people were very different from Deng's. Before long, the soaring expectations he had created would turn into a nightmare, threatening not just his leadership, but the power of the party itself.
We now continue with part 2 of Born Under the Red Flag.
From our first class in elementary school all through high school, we had political study all the time. The subject was always communism. Our brains were flooded red. We were young, didn't even realize how we were being molded into a certain kind of person. In 1985, I first heard rock music, and I knew immediately that it was my kind of music. What I remember most clearly is when we made my second song, Nothing to My Name. When I finished it, I realized the doors had suddenly opened for me.
The appearance of Sui Zhen was so fun, so fresh. His song, Nothing to My Name, reflected exactly how I felt.
We really liked this song. We could really identify with it. Every student was broke, and their parents didn't have anything either. All we had were our brains and our hands.
In China, the 1980s was a decade of constant change and flux. The generations born under the red flag began to question the meaning of communism. Like their parents and grandparents before them, they dreamed of political change and paid a heavy price. Sui Zhen's huge popularity as China's first rock star coincided with a growing enthusiasm for Western music and culture, and a dramatic new flowering of Chinese art and literature.
I started Beijing University in 1985. I ran right into what we called cultural fever. People my age were the most affected by it. My whole way of thinking, even my personality, was greatly influenced.
文化热对我们的影响呢，就成了实际上每一个个人都可以根据他自己的经历呀。
This cultural fever helped people make choices based on their personal experience. This individualism, this spirit of openness gave me self-confidence. I realized I was capable of doing things for myself.
The most significant change for me was a shift of focus, from the political to the personal, to the humanity of people's lives. We began to ask questions about the meaning of life.
In Hefei in central China, Feng Lijie was vice president of the University of Science and Technology.
I encourage my students to think and study freely. We tried to create an environment that cultivated knowledge and qualified people, not a place that trained docile tools of the party.
The atmosphere of openness at the university was so unusual and appealing that it attracted young people from all over China. Deng Xiaoping's heir apparent, Hu Yaobang, shared many concerns of the students and intellectuals. He too questioned communist dogma. More than any other leader, he seemed to be in touch with ordinary people. In 1986, Hu Yaobang, with Deng's support, worked to initiate political change. They wanted the oldest members of the Central Committee to retire and to loosen party controls in many areas of life.
Maybe what Hu Yaobang did was too radical and went beyond what other people could accept. So he was opposed by many people, especially by the older veteran revolutionaries who were not used to these things.
While Deng Xiaoping supported Hu Yaobang's efforts, he could not ignore the views of the party conservatives. Political reform was shelved. But on the nation's campuses, students were not satisfied. In December 1986, in Shanghai, Beijing, and Hefei, they held demonstrations. They demanded the right to nominate candidates in local elections. They wanted better conditions on campus and a say in the jobs they would be assigned for life.
We were so eager to express ourselves, but we didn't have anywhere to air our views and feelings. I felt that taking to the streets was the only way we could find to let people know, to let the Central Committee know what we felt.
In Shanghai, 30,000 students marched, and they were joined by huge numbers of city residents. When students tried to sit in at Communist Party offices, clashes broke out with the police.
My students thought that they should support the students in Shanghai. They demanded that our provincial government condemn the Shanghai authorities for beating the students. It was extremely dangerous to make such a demand.
Deng, like almost every leader, viewed demonstrations as an unacceptable threat to the party's leadership. The government banned all further demonstrations.
The Anhui Provincial Party Committee warned us that there was one last chance to avoid trouble. I was not sure I could convince so many students who were extremely excited to withdraw. I remember my last words. I have said all that I have to say. You should go back to school. Now go. To my surprise, all the students stood up. It was unbelievable, but they all left the square. I had succeeded. I was very happy.
By the end of December, students around the country returned to class, but not in Beijing. On January 1st, 1987, students defied orders to remain on campus. They marched to Tiananmen Square in the heart of Beijing. Police were ready for them.
The police began to club the students at random. I saw 2 students knocked down and kicked by the police. They kicked their heads. After that, 2 policemen grabbed their feet and dragged them to police vans in the square. It looked like water had been poured onto the square on purpose. It was freezing, so the water became a sheet of ice, and it was easy to knock the students down with the clubs. Then they were dragged away. That was the first time in my life I saw a confrontation between police and civilians. The first time in my whole life.
Working quickly, Hu Yaobang prevented the conservatives from jailing the students. He ordered the young people bussed back to campus. Enraged hardliners struck back.
It was rumored that there was a blacklist of intellectuals who would be punished. I was definitely one of them. I remember some of us were having dinner at Guiyang's one night.
CCTV had announced there would be important news at 7 o'clock, but they did not say what. So we watched TV during dinner and heard the news flash from the government. They announced that Hu Yaobang had been ousted.
The conservatives forced Hu Yaobang out, blaming him for weak leadership and for not crushing intellectual dissent.
When we heard the news, we felt that it was all over.
We were in shock and realized that we wouldn't be able to turn to him for protection anymore. We were doomed.
Then the hardliners went after intellectuals who had questioned the party.
I wanted to leave the party before they ordered me out. I did not want to belong to that kind of party. But I was angry. I felt it was unfair.
Fang Lijie had persuaded his students to return to campus. Still, he was expelled from the Communist Party, and he was fired from his job.
I had worked at the University of Science and Technology for 28 years. I was really close to the students and teachers. Of course, I was really sad. I didn't care about being expelled from the party or being accused of being anti-Marxist. In fact, I'd said publicly many times that Marxism was out of date.
Hundreds of students found that their futures were ruined.
At the time, they guaranteed they would not punish the students who joined in the activities. But when those students were assigned jobs, they used all kinds of excuses to send them to very remote places. We knew what was going on. They were all top students. The authorities assigned them that way to retaliate, because they couldn't stand those students.
The party's other leading reformer, Zhao Ziyang, took over from Hu Yaobang. While the student movement had been silenced, Zhao had to deal with a growing number of social problems.
China is about to enter into another baby boom period. In the 1960s and early 1970s, the population growth was very high in China. And the people who were born in those days are about to enter childbearing periods.
The size of China's population was overwhelming. Nearly 1.2 billion people, almost 1/4 of all mankind. If the population continued to grow unchecked, the party feared it would be impossible to maintain social stability, to govern and feed so many people. In 1979, the party had started the one-child policy. Women who already had one child were made to use contraceptives. If they became pregnant again, they were pressured to have abortions. But throughout rural China, the policies met resistance. In villages like this one in northwest Shanxi province, people traditionally wanted large families.
For thousands of years, people have wanted to have sons to carry on the family name. For instance, when a man grows old, he won't be able to support himself if he doesn't have a son. We have several cases like this in this village. Old people in their 70s or 80s become helpless without sons.
Chen Ku's mother enforced family planning in their village.
At first, the policy was not so strict. Later, they started to control even the second child. They used tractors to take women to the hospital to get their tubes tied. The local police did this. The villagers became really enraged and extremely uncooperative about family planning. Since they were furious with the policy, they vented their anger on the person who carried it out. They took their rage out on my family, on my mother.
Women fled their villages to give birth in secret elsewhere. Others paid huge fines for violating the policy.
I can't support the policy of family planning. Of course, people can't afford to have too many children. When you have 3 or 4 girls, your burden becomes too heavy. Some families in the village have to have 3 or 4 girls before they finally get a boy. If you have a girl, you can't just get rid of her.
The government was powerful enough to control the most personal aspects of people's lives. Despite resistance, family planning policies cut population growth by almost half. But the huge size of the population remained a problem. Away from the coastal regions, the rural economic reforms produced new dilemmas. Village factories could not employ the millions of peasants freed from collective farming.
When they proposed that I take 70% of my wages and leave, I said I would. Before they laid people off, 50 workers would inspect the same small amount of cloth. How could they pay so many people? So everyone was sent home, cut off like a knife.
We felt that the economy along the south coast was growing, but it had nothing to do with us. Those southerners had special economic zones, and they were open to the outside world, while we northerners were still sealed off in small towns. We had no contact with the outside world.
The party faced equally daunting problems in cities throughout China. Most people worked in vast state-run enterprises where they faced a subsistence life of numbing routine. In exchange, factories gave workers an iron rice bowl, a guaranteed job, housing, and benefits for life. These enterprises were inefficient, their benefits costly, and they often made products no one wanted. They were losing the government vast sums of money, but they were the backbone of communism. Zhao Ziyang asked a group of young economists to tackle the problem.
The iron rice bowl was a common problem. It didn't matter if you worked well or badly. It didn't make a difference whether factories were efficient or profitable or not. And workers' salaries were all the same. So why should you work?
It was very hard to fire a worker. The Public Security Bureau ordered managers to rehire workers, since they might create social unrest. Some people who lost their jobs even went to their boss's home and said, "I have nothing to eat. You still have food, so I am eating with you."
Few workers dared give up the security of their iron rice bowl.
Nobody wanted to give up his job and jump into the sea, as the saying goes, which means doing business on your own. Not one of my friends had the guts to do so.
By 1988, workers were growing nervous as they saw inflation eat into their fixed wages. And they grew angry as they saw government officials use their connections to make fortunes. From the families of top party leaders to local village officials, corruption riddled society.
We were not sure what to do next. Our leaders were pretty frank about it. They admitted they were crossing the river by touching the stones. This means that if you want to cross the river but don't know how deep the water is, you have to feel for the stones every step you take. Otherwise, you may fall into deep water and drown.
The leaders of the Central Committee started to say that we needed to experiment, that this was the first stage of socialism and that mistakes were inevitable. My in-laws, who were mid-level government officials and had worked for the party for decades, began to criticize Deng more openly and said that he had made a mess.
But in the communist system, people had no way to make their voices heard. In the spring of 1989, a chance came. Hu Yaobang, the popular leader ousted 2 years earlier, suffered a heart attack. He died on April 15, 1989.
When Hu Yaobang passed away, this anger which had been suppressed exploded. All of a sudden, overnight, the campus was full of big posters.
In the days following his death, students in Beijing flocked spontaneously to Tiananmen Square to pay tribute to Hu Yaobang. They seized the occasion to make political demands for freedom of speech, for the right to form student unions, and for an end to government corruption. The official memorial service for Hu Yaobang was on April 22nd in the Great Hall of the People. During the service, thousands of students waited outside.
When the service in the Great Hall of the People ended, everybody was very hesitant. If we just went home, we would have felt as if we hadn't expressed our feelings.
Zhou Yongjun and several other students were allowed through the police lines. They tried to give the government a petition with their demands.
The other two went up to the front of the Great Hall of the People and knelt. All I could do was follow them and kneel, but I only knelt on one knee. I felt humiliated. All kinds of feelings welled up in my heart. I stood there and cried silently. My tears were running down non-stop.
The young men waited on their knees for nearly an hour. No official came to receive them. The emotional impact of the students kneeling in supplication to the government fueled more protests in the following days. But on April 26, 1989, in an editorial in the People's Daily, Deng warned the students to stop the demonstrations. He condemned their activities as turmoil.
The People's Daily is the mouthpiece of the Chinese Communist Party. This editorial represented the view of the Central Committee, the views of the leaders. That's why this kind of editorial gets so much attention in China. It's just like the party giving orders to the whole country.
We were outraged when we learned that the Central Committee had labeled the student movement turmoil. We had gone to the streets only to express our feelings. We all wished the best for our country. We never wanted to bring down the government.
For the first time since the founding of the People's Republic of China, the people refused to be intimidated by an official condemnation. The next day, a line of students 4 miles long marched to Tiananmen Square.
Often at the intersections, we were confronted by the police. But the students broke through each police line one by one. We marched through all the intersections just like that. I remember that while we were marching on the overpass at Fuxingmen, I looked down at the streets below and saw the long, long lines of students. And I felt a special thrill in my heart. It was really fun. I felt that we had the support of the whole city.
On May 13th, a few hundred radical students donned white headbands and marched to Tiananmen. They camped in the middle of the square and began a hunger strike. Thousands more students rallied around them. Images of the young people ready to die in protest transfixed the world. Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev was to arrive the next day on May 14th. The world press was in Beijing to cover the historic visit, marking the end of the long rift between the Soviet Union and China. The summit turned into a terrible humiliation for Deng Xiaoping. Welcoming ceremonies for Gorbachev were held at the airport instead of in Tiananmen Square. What should have been a triumph for Deng was completely overshadowed by the thousands outside who were now calling for his resignation. The crisis escalated as students all over the country marched in support of the movement in Beijing.
People acted out of conscience. They wanted to do something for the country. The students were in their prime, but they were risking their lives on a hunger strike. So we had to do something too. It was the most exciting time of my life.
Our boss didn't want us to stop working. He was suspicious of the movement. Since we weren't allowed to go downstairs, some of us threw money out of the window. Who knows if the students got it? We joked there was so much cash floating in the air, it looked as if it was snowing.
Thousands of students from provincial cities poured into Beijing.
By then, Beijing had become the center of a national movement. We had to stand together with Beijing and set up contacts. In Tiananmen Square, the student organizations were in chaos. It was because it was a spontaneous movement. Many students were enthusiastic after they got there, but they were not well organized.
Tiananmen Square became a world unto itself. Beijingers had never seen anything like it. The entire city seemed to march in support of the students. Workers from steel mills, teachers, doctors, housewives, even the staff of the Communist Party's official newspaper, the People's Daily.
We walked to Tiananmen, where it was a sea of people. I remembered how I had joined the demonstrations in the late 1940s, but that was under the rule of the nationalists. The slogan we shouted back then was, "We want freedom and democracy." I thought, my goodness, after so many years, we've gone full circle. And now we're back, shouting the same slogan.
By the middle of May, 3 weeks after Deng had condemned the demonstrations, the crisis was at a stalemate. Many students wanted to return to campus to try to negotiate with the government. But the radical students refused to leave. The government also was sharply divided over what to do. Zhao Ziyang indicated he wanted to negotiate.
He was more informed about the situation. He knew what the students were thinking. He had many contacts with them. That was why he hoped that there would be a moderate way to convince the students and to get better results.
As the government watched, the crisis escalated even further. Workers began to make their own demands, forming labor unions and holding their own demonstrations in the square.
现在已经到了建立一个工人自己的工会，这个工会敢于，请注意“敢于”这个词啊，敢于为工人说话。
We formed a standing committee for the Workers' Autonomous Union. When we ran to be on the committee, I said, "We're not electing someone to a position, or a right, or a status. We're selecting who will have the longest prison terms, or who will be shot dead first. That will probably be the result of our election."
What seemed like a life-or-death crisis in Beijing meant little to the majority of the population who lived in the countryside. In the middle of the protests, Shen Weirong returned to his village for family reasons.
In villages like ours, the student movement did not mean a lot. My mother and my grandma did not care much about politics. They were only concerned about my well-being.
I didn't agree with the student movement opposing Deng Xiaoping. It was only after Deng came to power that my son could go to college based on his own merits.
Freedom and democracy were too far removed for them. They had no concept of such things. They'd say, "What kind of freedom do you want? You are in college. You can say and do anything you like. What more freedom do you want?" I could not communicate with them.
By May 18th, the hunger strikers had been without food for 5 days. Finally, that day, the government invited student leaders to a meeting.
而且我也差不多讲了我的观点。如果你们认为你们自己在座的这些同志不能够完全左右他们的行动嘛，那我就是通过你们。
那么我现在想提醒您，刚才说纠缠这个问题，我们学生提来只是从人道的立场上说解决这个问题。
While Wu Erkai-shi was speaking, I watched Li Peng's face and saw him flush with anger. I think the students must have enjoyed seeing him so upset. I certainly did. The atmosphere at the meeting changed. This was not a dialogue, but a serious confrontation.
Neither the students nor the government would back down. And now the struggle between the reformers and the conservatives, which had racked the party for the last decade, came to a head.
Deng Xiaoping continued to believe it was turmoil. Since it was turmoil, it was completely bad, and there was nothing good about it.
Just hours after the meeting, reformer Zhao Ziyang came to the square. With tears in his eyes, he apologized for not having been able to resolve the crisis. This was Zhao Ziyang's last public appearance. The hardliners stripped him of his posts and banned him from public life. The next day, the government declared martial law. The students called off the hunger strike. As troops tried to enter the city, the people of Beijing blocked their way. For 2 long weeks, they stopped the army from reaching Tiananmen Square. But on June 3rd, the situation changed. Students heard that troops were forcing their way through the crowds to the square. By evening, the citizens of Beijing were fighting pitched battles with the troops.
一直都没有那个想法，就是说解放军会开枪，我永远都不。
I never imagined the PLA would open fire.
因为在那之前，很多人都跟我说解放军会不惜一切代价。
People told me the army would take control and would kill if necessary.
那时候我就告诉他们，我说绝不可能。
I said I didn't believe it because I had been a soldier.
我就想我自己的经验，在当兵的时候，因为我们一天每天
During our political study sessions, the major lesson was that the job of the PLA was to serve the people.
一个最重要的一个中心就是中国人民解放军的宗旨是为人民服务。但是那个
When I heard shots, I ran out and saw pink tracers all over the sky.
满天飞的那个粉红色
I didn't know what to do.
弹道。我真觉得我不知道。
The only thing I knew was I should stay. But to do what? Wait for my death? Or fight back? I had no idea at all.
The demonstrators who chose to remain gathered in the center of the square. By early morning, the troops had surrounded them.
The soldiers, their helmets were shiny, and their bayonets gave off a cold light under the lamps. We had to retreat. We linked arms to make a solid line to march out, with a flag at the front. As we were leaving, bullets whistled past us in the air. The sound of shooting was very intense. From behind, the tanks raced to scatter us, but they couldn't. So some people at the rear were crushed to death. The people at the back told those at the front to hurry, but they couldn't go faster than the tanks. There were screams from behind us, the sound of terror. My heart was filled with grief, but I didn't shed a single tear. I was numb. I just grit my teeth in rage.
As the sun rose on the morning of June 4th, the students finally headed back to their homes. It is estimated that more than 200 people died that night. Most of the casualties were ordinary citizens, killed in the streets leading to the square. The government arrested thousands who had joined in the demonstrations. Many of the movement's young leaders fled abroad. A few chose to stay. They were sentenced to one prison term after another.
I had stomach pains. They said I was faking it. They said I could control my stomach and make myself throw up. I said, "You've got to be kidding." But they didn't believe me. They hated me for not cooperating with them. I was furious. I said, "Okay, I don't need help anymore. I want you to watch me kill myself." Then I started to hit my head on the wall. I shouted, "The Chinese are so pathetic." Those who can hear me, just remember what I'm saying. I will never be Chinese in my next life. Don't be Chinese. It is too horrible to be Chinese, too sad.
As the world watched, horrified, foreign governments condemned the crackdown. International businesses recalled their employees and scaled back their investments. Deng Xiaoping was unrepentant. On June 26th, Chinese television showed him congratulating the army for a job well done. As 1989 came to a close, Deng and the rest of the party watched communism collapse in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. They held firm to their position.
事实证明，中国共产党和中国政府为平息动乱、暴乱所采取的决策和措施是正确的，是符合全国各处人民共同意愿和根本利益的。
天时地有一段苦，蒙住我双眼呀，蒙入了他，你问我看见了什么？我说我看见了幸福，这个感觉真让我生气，让我放了我没的路。
上面好像是。
The government was nervous about the students who participated in the movement and thought they should be re-educated. I refused to be re-educated with the others. That's why I couldn't get a decent job. So I decided to try my luck in the South.
Politics is too dangerous, because it won't just destroy your ideals, it will eat up your soul and ruin your life.
Political repression did not mean that Deng Xiaoping abandoned economic reform. On the contrary, in the early 1990s, he launched China into its most spectacular period of economic growth. In January 1992, Deng visited the thriving economic zone of Shenzhen and called on the entire nation to copy its example. Communism will not be saved by rhetoric, he said, but by improving people's living standards. His words were soon translated into policy. A few months later, Deng's third heir apparent, Jiang Zemin, addressed the 14th Party Congress.
社会主义的改革开放和现代化建设要搞得更好更快，精神文明建设必须紧紧围绕经济建设这个中心，为经济建设和改革开放提供强大的精神动力和智力支持。
The policy worked. Lured by the promise of China's vast market, foreign investors returned. Companies from America, Taiwan, Japan, and Europe scrambled for Chinese contracts. In the bright lights of the coastal cities, young people concentrated on money.
My job is to organize the girls and to supply them to clients who want them. I control that. I'll find clients whatever they want. Most men just settle for some quick sex. The good thing about my job is the money. It's always exhilarating for me to count it.
Communism began to produce its first millionaires. the country's economy soared. The party's call to make money ignored the problems which had been mounting for the last decade. At least 100 million peasants roamed the land searching for work. In China's vast interior, people watched the new prosperity pass them by. Foreign companies did not invest far inland. Village factories could not pay their workers. Peasants, long the base of the party's support, felt abandoned.
We were hit by natural disasters. The irrigation system was damaged and nobody cared. We didn't have enough food. When people don't have enough food, they naturally become discontented with society.
In Mao's time, our lives were so peaceful. Everyone was poor. Everyone had the same bitter life. Now there is a huge gap between rich and poor. The rich have villas and air conditioners, but very few are rich. For most people, life is hard.
We need help from the government. Nobody pays any attention. But when it comes to collecting grain tax and money, they come. The peasant's burden is really too heavy.
In February 1994, Deng appeared in public for the last time. At 90 years of age, he was finally too ill and frail to exercise power. Deng Xiaoping was the last of the generation of men and women who founded China's Communist Party, who fought the revolution and unified the country.
We believed the Communist Party would make China a democratic country. A Communist Party government would be honest and clean. I dedicated my life, all my energy, to the cause.
Under the communist leadership, the Chinese people built a strong, more prosperous nation. The cost was high. Millions paid the price of failed ideals, of a brutal, outmoded communism, and a harsh new capitalism.
40 years later, looking back, I feel very sad. I have such an intense sense of loss. Where is the goal we've been striving for all these years? My best years are gone, lost, just like that. It's very sad. But I won't give up. Perhaps I still feel like a young man. I still want to fight for our goal.